And here we are. And my bed is a mess. That's fun. Okay. Oh well. Can't sink anymore. Let's raise the table. I have an adjustable desk now. That's awesome. So, here we are. And let's see if we have any questions. Questions. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the live stream this week. Taking your questions. I open the recent comments here. Feel free to say hi. Let's see. So we had a number of questions about the schwa sound, the ah sound, the sound with the tongue position. So we can talk a bit about that. But yeah, let's start there until we have a specific question from somebody. So I uploaded some short videos recently, if you haven't seen them. One was talking about the schwa, and I've talked about this in the main lesson, but I sort of restated, and focused in on the some of the details between the bowl shape for the schwa. Hello, Rodrigo. So we have the bowl shape, and I call it the bowl shape because your tongue is kind of like a bowl, kind of, because a lot of students, they have this problem where most teachers will tell you to make the tongue nice and flat and relaxed, but in your language, that actually might be a completely different position, and so it's not the most useful thing. If you do have that relaxed position, you want to make sure the sound is here, and there's actually a little dip in the middle, but I tell you to make sort of a bowl shape like that and push down in the middle here, because that helps you get the proper sound. Uh, uh, uh. Just make sure that you don't open too much. We don't want right? Or something like, you don't want to be too flat because then you get like ah. We don't want that either, right? We want So, do you have any questions, Rodrigo? If not, that's okay. But I'm just trying to start with something so the live stream kicks off. I'm gonna drink here. Otherwise, I'll go and talk a bit about the sound, because we had some questions about that. Hello, Steve. Explain that thing about tap D. I don't remember, actually. I think I remember telling you to remind me, but I don't quite remember. Oh, yeah, that's right. It was from the anime, with the dubbed version of the anime, Mirai Nikki. Okay, let me see where that comment was. Come on, YouTube. What are you doing? What are you doing? I've had so many comments recently, which is good. Do you remember the exact thing? I'm trying to find it here in the comments, but I don't remember the exact phrase. Here it is. With do you, right? So yeah, Steve asked a question after the previous live stream, and there was part of the phrase was the person said, "Do you?" And so he was asking about that, and my response was that it's a difficult one to notice in what I was listening to. It's a clip from an anime in English, and there's background noise and all kinds of things. But I was very clearly hearing "do," not reduced to "duh" or a flapped thing. Do you? But I said the D is kind of like a flap. Okay, and so that's what. Hello, Dark L. So that's what Steve is asking about, the tap D thing. I'm pretty sure that's what we're talking about. If not, clarify, Steve, just to make sure. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that's where we're at here. Um, so there's something special about some words like do. If do is a main verb, it's going to be stressed, right? Like I do it every day, or I do the laundry. Okay, good. And so that we need a nice strong D. Maybe in really fast, really lazy speech, it could be a little bit different, but under normal circumstances in the flow of normal speech, that do, if it's a main verb, the D needs to be nice and strong. When D is a or when do is a helping verb, like to make the question, right? Do you like it or whatever question? This do is usually not stressed. Um, Potentially, we can stress it if we have a reason like, well, do you like it? Right? There's a underlying uh, added meaning to that with that intonation. But normally, right? Do you like it? Do you like it? Now, do can reduce to duh. It doesn't have to. There's nothing, no requirement to reduce it, but it commonly does. So it doesn't matter either way. Um, but because it's not stressed, so it would be a weak D, right? Do, 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 do. Not do, right? Even if I say the ooh, do. Okay. Um, and with some function words, some grammar words that are super, super, super common, like do, that have a D sound at the start. Do is actually probably the biggest single example of this. What can possibly happen, especially if there's a vowel sound before it and it's not the start of the phrase, like I don't know, uh, like how do you know? How? So ow before it, how do you know? Listen, how do you I'm flapping the D, but I'm not. I mean, you could call it a flapped D or a tapped D. It's perfectly fine to describe it that way, but it's how it feels in my mouth. It's not completely loose like a regular flap. It's not like um, ra. So it's not like how do you know? How do you like maybe in fast speech it'll loosen up, but I'm kind of like I'm not completely saying duh, but I'm also not really tapping it. It's sort of almost in between, like a transition where it's like a really, really light D. How do how do you how do you and I'm probably splitting hairs here. So when I say it's kind of flapped, you can just look at it as flapped. It doesn't really matter. But again, this remember I keep telling you guys about this range and flow, the dynamic range and flow of sounds and things throughout speech. And we talked a bit about the T and D sound, how the reason why we have these different, like the strong T and D, the weak T and D, the flapped D, which in American English, the flapped T is same sound, so I don't say flapped T, et cetera, et cetera. Partially it's because of the nature of the stop sounds. You have to stop them to push them out, but there's a range going from very clearly, strongly enunciated with lots of air, lots of clarity, to faster, messier speech, which leads from the nice clear sound to a potentially dropped sound. And as we go from d, 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 and then a stop, right? So strong D, weak D, tap D, or flap D, um, and then a stop D, where we cut it off. There's that flow in that range. So sometimes you'll have situations like this where you have the question word do that's just so frequent and it's not stressed that instead of being a weak D, it could potentially change into a full flap D if you're speaking really fast, or it can kind of be somewhere in between, and then we're just splitting hairs, and it really doesn't matter that much. Um, I just like to be very accurate with what I say. I don't want to say it's a like a straight flapped D if to me it doesn't feel like a completely normal flap D, but it really doesn't matter here. Okay, it does not matter. It's sort of part of that range as we move to faster and messier speech. Now, D's, weak D's aren't normally supposed to do that, right? There's usually certain triggers with the stop sounds, like if it's at the start of a stressed syllable, it has to be strong, right? Like you can't just flap it because you feel like it. Um, but there are certain conditions and certain situations, like do being a very common function word that already reduces and is not stressed anyway, where it kind of falls through the cracks and you can potentially flap it. So yeah, it's a weird thing. The preposition to does that also. Not all the time, but if the sound before it is voiced, even including a vowel, because all vowels are voiced, I probably talked about this before. When we say go to will most commonly reduce to ta. It doesn't have to, just like do doesn't have to reduce to da, but it will commonly do that. And then instead of saying go to, which we can, that's perfectly fine, we will very commonly change that T to a flap D, go to. And this is a super special case because it's a T, not a D, right? But we know that T at the start of to is particularly weak, and this is a particularly common word as well. So this is another type of exception where we can flap it, but because the flap in American English is actually a D, not a T, it becomes a flapped D, and so it seems even stranger. But it's just part of the flow of American speech. Anyway, good, very good question. Good start. Anybody else have any other questions, clarifications, follow-ups, comments of how amazing I am or how unmade my bed is? Forgot to make it this morning. It's been a busy morning. I just finished editing the next big rhythm lesson, and I posted it in Patreon, in Patreon, both work there. So I'm going to officially release that on YouTube probably in the next like 5 or 6 hours, sometime tonight. So, been a busy morning. And you might notice my bed is on the floor. That's because I got a real Japanese futon. Here in the United States, I don't know if it's in the West in general, but futons are usually like these sort of like couch things that you can lay flat. And then you put like, there's like a mattress pad on them. And that's what Americans think of a futon, but that's not a futon. I like your Kaji. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I shaved. Yeah, the only reason why I shaved, right? This is a rare sighting. You don't usually see this. The only reason why I shaved this part is because I was experimenting and I shaved right here because I wanted to see how it would look if I kept this and this. And I didn't like it. So I shaved the rest down here. So I just had here and I didn't like that either. So I just shaved it all. I was like, whatever. It'll grow back. So for now I get to look like a boy, I guess. I don't know. People say I look younger without the beard. I was watching an anime. Should be an anime, but we might accidentally say anime. It's okay. So yes, even though anime starts with an, we're still supposed to say an anime. Yeah. With subtitles in English, and I saw a weird phrase, it matters not. I know it means it doesn't matter. Is this informal structure? Yeah, so it matters not is a very formal structure. It's funny because depending on, you have to be, I don't want to say careful, you have to be very aware with anime. It depends partially on how the person decided to translate it. Uh, and depends on the context, right? So right now I'm watching an anime called Zero no Tsukaima, which is Tsukaima's Familiar. And that is set in this sort of like medieval magic, there's like wands and dragons and all this type of setting. And in English, right, like Game of Thrones, usually when we have that type of setting, or Lord of the Rings, people have British accents. It's just an English thing. When we say, okay, we're going to put this in the past, like, Middle Earth, medieval times, people have British accents because it's just part of the English psyche. And it sounds cooler, right? It just fits. So if a Japanese anime is set in that setting, especially if it's more of a Western medieval time, like Zero no Tsukaima, instead of like a Japanese medieval time setup, um, some of the translations might be translated in a way that would fit that situation, especially if, like, you're talking to the king or something. You might say, oh, if it pleases my lord, or things like that. There's certain phrases that are going to be very, very formal, or special to that context. So something like "it matters not," like nobody would really say that in real life, like not in a real, like if we wanted to maybe have a particular sound and maybe it kind of sounds a little funny, like I'm just playing around, like, oh, it matters not, like, oh, can you get me a glass of water? No, it matters not, I'll get my own water. It just, it sounds a little different. We're playing with the language, but nobody would seriously use that phrase these days. But yes, it does mean it doesn't matter, and it doesn't matter is not informal. It's just the normal way to say that phrase in modern times. So be careful with that. Be aware of the situation and the context and everything, because you'll run into strange things like that. Sometimes things just get translated like that because maybe especially if it's subtitled and not dubbed. Um, yeah, it matters not peasant. Yeah, exactly. um, with the subtitles, even if it's like, say, a modern setting or whatever, there might be like the phrasing in Japanese. The translator might think that it's best to translate that into a more formal sounding English equivalent, just because of the Japanese that's being used. And so you also might still run into cases like that where maybe it's not necessarily something that we would normally say, but it kind of like is a more direct translation from the Japanese that fits in that context in the anime. So um, things can happen like that. Okay, Rodrigo, a couple of minutes ago, you said it's actually a little deep in the middle. A little deep in the middle. Did I mishear that, or had sure. Dip? Yeah, dip, 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 dip. Yeah, no, I know, because I was like deep in the middle. What? I was talking about the schwa. Um, I mean, there's always a chance that I misspoke and I didn't realize it, but I'm pretty sure I didn't say deep. This is going to be recorded, so I guess we can go back and check it, or you can rewind. um, but if you are mishearing, then yeah, I'm pretty sure I said dip. Um, this is a common problem here, deep and dip. So, um, if anything, E might drop into I when we're speaking quickly. It's not supposed to, but like she might sort of kind of reduce towards shit a little bit. Not quite, but we don't usually go the other way. So if I misspoke, maybe, but it's very unlikely that I said deep. Um, okay. Steve, can you make other phrases with that structure? What do you mean? It matters not. Like, you want me to think of other contexts or examples where we might say it matters not? Because I could do that. Yeah. I'll wait for your response there. Alvaro, welcome back to the chat. Is the consonant K pronounced in asked when you speak fast? No. And it's not particularly a speed thing. It's linked to speed. When we're speaking fast, we're very unlikely to push out that K. This is actually a different rule. It's not about the speed. So here we have ASKED, but remember the E is silent. And when it comes to English pronunciation, silent letters have no effect on the pronunciation. Okay, this is one reason why you have to focus on your ears. So we have a rule. I don't know if I've seen the rule anywhere, but it's a rule that I've definitely noticed about normal speech, which is that if we have three consonant sounds together, right? Again, ignore that E because it's silent. Okay, so it's supposed to be asked, and the D is a T here because the K is voiceless. It changes the ED pronunciation. Asked, asked. That's the fully enunciated word. That's also the least common way to say it. It will come out that way sometimes, especially if you have a reason to, say, "Oh, I asked him yesterday." Maybe you might take the time to push it out, but it's still very unlikely. Um, the rule is that usually when we have three consonant sounds together, English doesn't generally like that. And so as long as one of them is not supposed to normally be silent, like the full pronunciation has all three sounds, the middle sound will disappear. Okay, and this is an example of that. So instead of saying asked, we'll just say asked. So we keep that T. We're not going to change it into a D sound, say asked. Um, although maybe that could happen. I don't know. Doesn't sound too bad. But yeah, we're going to say asked, asked. I asked him, asked him. So it's a good question. But especially in fast speech, yeah. It's pretty much guaranteed. So another example of that, the one that always comes to my mind for some reason, probably because it's the first example I ever noticed, is bankruptcy. So instead of saying bankruptcy, we'll drop that T and we'll say bankruptcy instead of ps. Okay. It's just easier to say. Are these phrases right? It works not, it asks. Oh, I see what you're saying. So using that like it something not. Well, okay. So look, in some cases, it's just not really going to work because, like, if you say it asked not, that would follow the same type of thing. But now you're saying like it, like an animal didn't ask because you were saying it. If you say maybe like he asked not, then because like a person can speak, right? He asked, she asked not. Then yeah, it sounds like this old, super formal, outdated way to speak. Um, you can even add me in there, like he asked me not. In fact, we do have around Valentine's Day. Usually comes up around Valentine's Day. In English culture, we have this thing that it's a minor little thing of culture. Kids do it sometimes, but you'll take a flower, right, and it has the flower petals around it, and you'll pull off one petal and you'll say, he or she, depending on who you are and who you're in love with or whatever, or who you like. You say, he loves me not. He loves me, he loves me not. And whatever the last petal is the answer, right? So if you pull off the last one, he loves me not. Okay, he doesn't love me. So that is based on this old phrase. That's one example where we actually do still use this. It's a super, super specific, rare example. But it still has that sound of being really outdated and old. It's not part of regular speech. If you say it works not, like I could say, my computer, I have a problem with my computer. It works not. Like, it's just like, why are you talking that way? I mean, it sounds like an older form of English. It goes not. Uh, I could say, for example, I don't know. What's an example? I don't know, say I'm putting together a puzzle. I could say, okay, this piece goes not here, but here. It's perfectly grammatically correct, but nobody would actually say it that way. Like, it's maybe in formal writing, you might kind of run into a situation like that because it gives it more of that formal, official, little bit of old timey sound. But the majority of phrases with majority of verbs, it's not going to be part of normal speech. In all cases, it's not going to be part of normal speech. And it's probably just going to end up sounding weird a lot of the time. So I definitely would not try to use that because there's no reason to, even if it were something that we do use. It wouldn't be the normal way that we speak, even if we did use it. So you don't have to really care about it, even if it were a normal thing or a part of the language. Okay, anyway, Alvaro, is L pronounced in always? That depends. So the word always is special. Now, when you say pronounced, right, we actually have two L's. We have what I call the full L, which other resources and teachers will call the light L. Pretty sure sometimes I get them mixed up. I think it's light L. I've been talking about this enough. I think I attached them to the right concepts, which is the I call it the full L because you're actually making contact. Right? Then there's the what I call the half L, which is a vowel sound, not a consonant sound, and I have tons of proof and reasoning for why it's a vowel sound, but we don't have to care about that right now. So the half L, which is normally called the dark L. Right? This is the one where you don't bring your tongue up and you say oh, oh, oh. And there are rules for when to use which. There's actually a hack for the L, which is that you never actually have to use the full L, technically. But that's a different, I'm going to make a lesson on that. It doesn't matter too much. Anyway, in American English anyway. With always, the placement of the L here, it's at the end of that syllable. And so according to the fully enunciated word, the full pronunciation, it would be that half L or that dark L sound, all. So you're doing fifth vowel, and then you're going to that all, always, always. That's the full way to pronounce it, and that's a perfectly fine way to pronounce it. This particular word, actually, has several different pronunciations that I've heard people from all over the country use. So it seems to just be a word with many different pronunciations that it's not so much based on region. It's just, it has different pronunciations. Kind of like data and data. Some people say one, some people say the other. Some people like me say both. It doesn't matter. But with always, you can say always. You can say always, which I would do something like this. Always. Okay, so it's actually, instead of an L-colored ah, it's an L-colored O. Always. That's a very common way to say it. We can also drop the L completely, say always. I always do it. I always do it. Another very common way to say it. I always do it. If you just do ah and drop the L, I guess it's okay. I always. But it sounds a bit better with the L coloring. So these are the three common ways to pronounce it. Always, which is the full proper way to pronounce it, and is commonly pronounced that way. Always, where you change it to an O, L colored, or always, where you drop the L and keep the O. I use all three of those. It's just whichever one comes out. It does not matter. I've heard people from New Jersey who speak quite differently than I do. They have a New Jersey accent usually. I've heard people from New Jersey use that. I've heard people from the Midwest use that. I've heard people from the South use that. And maybe not everybody uses all three, but I've heard people use different variations, like at least two of those. So it doesn't matter. You can pick whichever one you like. Okay, where were we? Einstein's, yes. Arroyo. Arroyo-san. Mixing cultures here. Okay, so what about the pronunciation about regular verbs in the past tense? Asked, hoped. This is a very good question. At the end of the verb, I hear the T sound, but in learned, I hear the D sound. Perfect question. There's a very easy rule for that, which I alluded to when answering the question about asked, but I didn't explicitly explain that rule. And then you also say, well, I was told about that rule, but also heard Americans tend to replace T's for D's. So could the verb hoped turn the ending T sound into a D? Sorry if this doesn't make any sense. No, this makes perfect sense. I know exactly what you're talking about. And also Steve says it helped a lot. That's not really useful, but it's always good to know. Okay, I don't know what I was talking about. I guess for your previous question, yeah, it's not really useful. Oh, yeah, okay, there you go. I thought you were saying it's not really useful what I was saying, but yeah, no, the phrase is not very useful, yeah. Okay, so Einstein's. So for those of you who don't know, because you say that you were told about the rule, for those of you who don't know, the rule, very quickly and simply, the ed ending, okay, normally for most verbs, if it uses the ed ending, the e is silent, okay? Many English learners make the very, very common mistake of trying to pronounce that E, usually as like or or something. It's completely silent. Silent, 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 silent. I'm going to tell you when it's not silent, which is also very easy, very simple, but we're going to talk about that in a second. First, normally it's silent, okay? Now, the D ending, the D part of it, by default should be a D, right? It's spelled with a D, so it should be a D, right? Okay, but what happens here in actual reality, if the sound before the ED is voiceless, this is why we need to know about voiced and voiceless sounds, right? Voiceless meaning there's no vibration, like t is voiceless, but d is voiced, okay? So if I say walked, the K sound is voiceless, so we're going to ignore the E, there's no pronunciation of the E, and the D is going to be pronounced as a T because it's easier to say k, t, instead of k, d, right? Walked, walked. If I say stopped, same thing. P is voiceless, so that D will be a T and the E is silent. It's not stopped or walked or walked or something like that, or stopped, right? Walked, stopped. Now, if it's voiced, right? If I say, I don't know, begged. I begged him many times. Okay, G is voiced. The G sound is voiced. So G, D, begged. It's not going to be begged. There's no reason to change it to a T, right? This just makes it easier to speak because if it's voiceless, we go to the voiceless form. We don't have to add the voice. If it's voiced, we can just keep the voice and not have to change it to the voiceless form with the T. So that's the easy rule. Now, there are a couple exception words where the E is pronounced, okay? And you will run into like naked. Naked is an exception. Normally, right, if I say baked or, I don't know, what's another ached? Ached, like my back ached, right? Different spelling, same sound, ached. The E is going to be silent like it normally is. In the word naked, that is a very special exception case where the E is pronounced and the D is a D, okay, because the E is pronounced. So you have to remember a couple exceptions that don't follow that rule. The only other time that you will not have a silent E and the D will change to a T or stay depending is if the verb ends in a T sound or a D sound, okay? Pleased is not an exception. We don't say pleased unless you're asking please for exceptions. Then I don't know off the top of my head, but yeah, pleased is not an exception. If the verb ends in a T sound or a D sound, like wait or I don't know, I can't think of an example here. Wait, want is a special case. I'm going to talk about that one too because we can apply two rules there. But if we say wait, for example, okay, wait and fade because fade ends with a D. If it's fade, okay, we can't do d and d, right? We have to have something between them because we have to release the D. So the ed ending faded, we are going to pronounce the E, and that D is going to be a D. And then, of course, that first D in fade is tapped, is flapped, right? Faded, faded, faded. So it sounds exactly like did, but with a flapped D at the start. Faded, faded, okay? Wait becomes weighted, and in American English, that T is going to turn into a flat D. Okay, so it's going to sound exactly the same, and the E again will be pronounced weighted, weighted. So again, it sounds exactly like did with a flat D. Faded, weighted. Okay, with want, we can actually apply two rules. It's supposed to be wanted, which is the full pronunciation, wanted, but we can apply the NT plus vowel connection rule where the T disappears and we get wanted. Okay, so it's actually going to sound like wanted. So now the N is connecting, the E is still pronounced, but that's because the T is supposed to be there. This is a special case where we're applying two rules at the same time. And if you don't know that, you might be wondering what's going on there. But that's why that happens. That's a special case. Um, okay, so that's the basics. That's the basics. Those are the basics. I'm using that's structure again, the apostrophe s to talk about plurals. It happens all the time. Anyway, so if the previous sound is voiceless, it'll be silent E plus T. If the previous sound is voiced, it'll be silent E plus D. If the last sound is a T or a D at the end of the verb, then the E will be pronounced, and the D will be pronounced as a D. And then there are a couple exception words like naked, where it doesn't end in a T or a D, but we still pronounce the E and keep the D ending in the ED. So that's that. Now, Einstein's also said that I was told about that rule, but also heard Americans tend to replace T's for D's. So changing the T, like instead of saying hoped, saying hoped, I haven't noticed that. It could be something that maybe I haven't consciously noticed, but I think what you're referring to, when people say that Americans tend to replace T's for D's, we're talking about the flapped T, the flapped T. We don't tend to replace T's for D's. We can't, if I say time, that's not dime. Those are two completely different words. I can't just replace the T for the D. It doesn't work, okay? But in British English, right, if they were to say, for example, faded, okay, they would have a D there in the middle, faded, faded. If they say weighted, it would be a T, weighted, weighted. American English says, we're not going to do that. We're going to say faded and weighted exactly the same, with that T being a flapped D. Okay, there is no flapped T sound if it's written with a T, but it's at the start of an unstressed syllable and surrounded by two vowel sounds. The same thing that triggers the flapped D, it will trigger that flap, but American English makes it into the same sound as the flapped D. So we only have a flapped D. That might be what you were told, and maybe I don't know if they said like in general all T's and D's, or if maybe you misunderstood or something. But in this particular case, I have not noticed myself that we would say like hoped or something like that. It would be hoped. I hoped so. I hoped so. Now, maybe there is one case here where that might change. If we have, like with weighted, right, it turns into a flap because we're connecting to a vowel, but it's in a word. If I say wait and at, right, like wait at the park, that T is still going to become flapped because when in American English, when a T connects over to a vowel, same thing with a D, when it connects over to a vowel, it becomes flapped. Okay, so we say wait at, wait at, wait at, that. Okay, that's a normal part of American English. If, let's say I say hoped, and then I have a word that starts in a vowel. I say I hoped it would work out. I hoped it would work out. That it's we're not going to quite flap it in this case. It's because it actually becomes kind of harder to flap here. We can keep the T, hoped it, and that's one way to do it. This is one of the very rare exceptions where we won't change the T into a D and we'll connect the T over, hoped it. I hoped it would work. But if we're speaking maybe kind of faster or a little more lazily, we might still change it to a D, but it'll be kind of like a normal weak D. I hoped it would work. Because normally when T connects over, it becomes a D. It's just not actually flapping in this case because it's harder to do. That would be the only case that I can think of where that ed ending that's pronounced as a T changes back into a D, but that's because of the connection. It's a linking rule. So by itself, we wouldn't just say hoped. Like it's kind of weird to me. At least I haven't noticed it. Maybe it's just me. I'll try to pay attention and see if I ever notice that from native speakers. But anyway, okay. Rodrigo, cool. That kind of change in the vowel sound can also occur in words like really, right? I hear a lot of times people pronouncing it with sort of a short I. So remember, I don't call it a short I, long I, because I think those terms are confusing and harmful. They can really mislead you. But what I would call the I, the second vowel sound on the vowel chart, as opposed to the I diphthong, which is the long I. But yes, you can't just do that with any word, especially if it's a stressed word. What I was mentioning before, like deep does not reduce to dip, right? Deep and dip are two different words. But what I was saying is that given the chance, right, in the flow of speech, I is not going to usually jump up to E because I is sort of a little bit lower, more relaxed position than E. And so sometimes, like with really, it can become really in that second position. That's fine. Or she, if you're speaking quickly, you can kind of make the E like super, super short and maybe a little more relaxed, like she, she. It's not she quite. It's not all the way down in that position, but it's not like a full E. So if anything, E can maybe reduce down a bit, but I does not expand up, right? We don't do that. And so in the context of did I say deep or dip, I was just saying, if anything, it would probably work the other way where if you misheard, maybe because I was saying, if I were saying deep and you thought you heard dip, that might make a little more sense. But otherwise, it's just a common problem between E and I and not being able to, or not happening to hear the difference in that case. But yeah, sometimes we'll have words like really, where you can say really, and it might sound a little more informal depending, but it's an alternate pronunciation. Usually you can't do that with words with E. Like instead of saying si, I can't say si. Like si? No, it doesn't work. So be careful with that. But Alvaro, is going to able to be used in a first conditional sentence? So like will versus going to, right? So first conditional, if I win the lottery, this is like the standard example that everybody uses. If I win the lottery, I will buy a car. So instead of using will, can you use going to? If I win the lottery, remember, there's always to be. Usually learners forget the to be part. It's to be going to. I'm going to buy a car. If I win the lottery, I'm going to buy a car. Yes, you absolutely can. Now, is there a difference technically? If I win the lottery, which will probably contract, I'll buy a car. Doesn't matter. If I win the lottery, I'll buy a car. If I win the lottery, I'm going to buy a car. There are some differences between will and going to, and there are cases where they have two completely separate things. They're both for the future, but like if you use one or the other, either one will sound wrong or it might slightly change the meaning. Usually will and going to are so similar that they're kind of interchangeable and it really doesn't matter, but you have to be careful because depending on the context, they might not be interchangeable. That's the hard part. But a lot of these technical rules that you guys learn about, oh, this is when we use will, this is when we use going to, technically accurate, but not always the case. Many times it doesn't matter. There might be a slightly different feeling between them, which is an important point. And I try to talk, a lot about the feeling when I'm not talking about pronunciation, like the logic of prepositions. If you say, I will buy a car, if I win the lottery, I'll buy a car. That sounds kind of like sort of like that normal rule, right? Like, well, I don't know if I'll win, but that's like, I think that's the thing I'll do, right? Like maybe, like we'll see. Where if you say I'm going to buy a car, it sounds a little more solid. Like, oh yeah, this is what I'm going to do. Like this is going to happen. But of course, it's if. We're still in the context of the if statement. If I win the lottery, I'm going to buy a car. So I'm going to maybe sounds a little bit more like you think you're going to win. Like, oh yeah, if I win the lottery, I'm gonna buy a car. You don't know, but you kind of feel like you will. So you notice I said you feel like you will instead of going to. I could use them interchangeably in that case. You feel like you will, you feel like you're going Um, it's a mess between these two. But yes, you can use going to in an if clause. There's no problem with it. In fact, you can use a lot of things. There's might. There's depending on if it's first conditional, second conditional, third conditional. Like you can't use first conditional with say could have gone because that's third conditional structure. But there's might, can, uh, possibly could. Could has multiple meanings. That's not always the past tense of can. It's so it gets complicated, but it's not always just one thing that you can use. Like if I say, if I win the lottery, I can buy a car. That's just a statement of what I will be able to do, not what I will do, right? But it works just as well. It's just a slightly different meaning of the sentence. Okay. Anyway, Steve, I'm already behind, guys. We're not even at an hour, and I'm already behind. I was watching the American anime, Castlevania, and I noticed they speak with a really different accent. They switched the diphthong A to the diphthong I. What type of accent do you think that is? I have no idea. Let me look up Castlevania. Obviously, that's like a whole franchise and everything. Let's see, Castlevania anime. From Netflix. I assume it's from Netflix. Um, let's see. Let me listen to this. Come on, speak. I need speech. You'll scour them off the land. So, and now he's going to destroy the world. They're using a British accent. Um, I mean, I don't know about every character, but what I'm hearing is more of a British type accent. Which remember, there's lots of variation in British accents. So if I say British, it's not necessarily received pronunciation, like the thing you hear on the BBC, proper British. Um, but there are a number of accents that we would identify as being British. And the endless night. You can't fail. Yeah. It's kind of like a light British accent. I think I heard a girl speak. What did she say? My God. Like, I mean, just based off that, she sounds a little more American, but all gonna die. That sounds more American. So I think some of these voice actors are American and some of them are British. Um, just looking at the trailer. So it could be because of that. But I mean, if they're changing it, I mean, it's just what it is. You know, there's different accents. I mean, like if you could give me an example, like a particular character who you think like speaks with an American accent, not a British accent, and you have like maybe a timestamp of where they are changing A to I can listen to that specifically and tell you. But um, it doesn't really matter. If some people do that, it's not a standard thing. Because like if I say, let's see, so the A diphthong say, okay, or let's do day, right? It's a beautiful day. If I say it's a beautiful day, that actually to me sounds Australian. It's a beautiful day, mate, beautiful day, mate, or die, mate. Which is a horrible Australian accent on my part, but that makes it sound a little more Australian to me. With a context like Castlevania, where like there's vampires and stuff, we think of like sort of like a Romanian type of accent, or like a stereotypical Romanian slash, I don't know, Eastern European accent. That we have attached to like vampires. And so like Dracula, oh, I want to suck your blood. You know, the W's turn into V's. You know, what do you want? I am trying to work. You know, and the R's are tapped. Um, I don't really hear that in this. That's sort of the stereotypical vampire accent that we think of. But if anybody talks like that, I mean, obviously that's very different. So Alvaro, is the TR pronounced like a CH as well? So travel, try, tremor. Good question. The way I speak, the way I teach it, for a couple different reasons, yes, the T before the R consonant sound, not the R vowel sound, will turn into a CH. Not everybody does that, okay? You will hear people say with a T, they'll say travel, try, tremor. It's perfectly fine. To me, I have to really focus on doing that because it's not natural for me. Notice I said natural, and that's a T in the spelling. It's a T plus an R vowel where it does change into a CH. That's a special case. That's an exception. Normally, there's going to be a difference, like train and terrain, right? One is an R consonant, one is an R vowel, and you can't say terrain. That's not a word. So there will be some exceptions like natural or nature, nature, natural. Yeah. And that might be because I think in the original British, there's supposed to be like a Y sound, like natural or nature, something like that, where that can get lost in some American accents, some American speech, like in my speech. So, anyway, the details aside, I recommend that you use the CH. You don't have to, but it is a perfectly valid variation of American speakers, and it sounds perfectly natural. In fact, I never noticed that people use a T until a little while ago when I was asked about that, and I was like, no, it's a CH. And then I started noticing, oh, hey, some people use a T. So it doesn't matter. I recommend you use the CH because if you keep it a T, it's easier to accidentally lengthen the R into a vowel and say like travel, terai, teremmer, and that's not right. That sounds horrible. But if you say ch, it's easier to sort of blend into that R. Travel, try, tremor. So I recommend it, but you don't have to. Wander, welcome back to the chat. Do I also have the short? I hate short and long. Okay, so the short oo, which that is not the right IPA symbol for those words. See, this is another reason why it's a big mess, guys. It's a super big mess because the IPA symbol for words like book and put, it's supposed to be like the little horseshoe. It's not just like a regular oo letter. It's stupid. This is why I have numbers for them on the vowel chart, and you'll always know what I'm referring to. Instead of these stupid long versus short names and IPA symbols that get mixed up. But anyway, do I also have the short? So it's supposed to be the as in book or put, apart from the schwa and long u in the pronoun you, as in the sentence, you like to go or do you go to the party? Okay, so the sound in book and put is what I call the high schwa. And I've explained in the main lesson for the high schwa, which you can look up, just type in high schwa, maybe with English hacks, it'll come up. And it's not a schwa sound. I call it the high schwa because it feels sort of like if you were to take the schwa and you slide it up to like the front of the back of your tongue, and you maybe sort of push that front of your back, push the back of your tongue forward a little bit while keeping this kind of squished. It kind of feels like that in my mouth. Like it's just I'm sliding the schwa up a bit. Or the schwa position up a bit. So I call it the high schwa, which I think is a lot clearer than short oo. It's like, what does that mean? So anyway, because that also makes you think like it's an oo sound. Like you can say book, book, or put, put. That's not true. That's not accurate. It's not like there's, like if I say you, right? So oo is oo, is Those are two completely different sounds. The like in book, is not a short version of oo. They're two completely different sounds. This is why I don't use long and short as terminology because they're misleading. Long makes you think, well, it's stressed, and short makes you think, well, it's not stressed. Or in this case, makes you think that maybe it's like a short version of the same sound, which it's not. They're two completely different sounds. So we don't say y, that would be like book, y. It's you, and we don't say book or poot. It's book, put, two completely different sounds. Anyway, okay, so your question is basically, am I supposed to use the high schwa, the in the pronoun you? No, that's not the right word. That's not even a word in English. Y is not a word in English. So the fully pronounced word you is y, the y sound, plus an u. Okay, the u vowel, you. And it can come out that way all the time. It doesn't matter. But normally it tends to reduce. It doesn't have to reduce, but it can reduce to a schwa, an actual real schwa, not what I call the high schwa, which is Okay, so instead of you, we can say ya. That's a variation, which is perfectly common and a normal part of speech, but not required. So you can either say you like to go or you like to go. Just like to reduces to ta, it's the same thing. To, ta, you, ya. Same sounds. It's just the first sound is different between you and to. And do you go to the party? Same thing with do. Do can reduce to duh. Okay, it's u to do, duh, you, ya, to, ta. Okay, all the same changes. There's no anywhere in there. Okay, so hopefully I cleared up some misunderstanding, and maybe this is a good example for you guys to see why I don't use terms like short and long, because it gives you guys completely the wrong idea. Now, with how you wrote it here, I know you're kind of trying to make you stand out, and you're putting like stars around it. Now, if you're trying to emphasize, maybe instead of saying yeah, we're probably not going to reduce it to yeah, right? We're going to say you, and you can actually add more, like you like to go, not me, right? Now, in that case, it's going to be you. It's not going to be you. It's going to be you. You like to go, right? Or do you go to the party? Okay, but it's not Anyway, good. Moving on. Is the word to sometimes pronounced no? So same thing. What I was just saying. You does not use y, or does not use y. That sound in book, and to does not use the sound in book. This isn't something I've noticed. Maybe in the flow of really fast, messy speech, we don't quite get down into the schwa and we hit a high schwa. Possibly, I guess, kind of, but probably not. I've never noticed that, but just because I've never noticed it doesn't necessarily mean it doesn't exist. But I would say no, very firmly and strongly no. You can reduce it to a schwa, but not It's a completely different sound. Sounds like Portuguese. I'm not sure. Alvaro, is it okay to use the verbs go and come in going to sentences such as I'm going to go or I'm going to come? I read in a book you're supposed to use I'm going or I'm coming. Okay, so now we're confusing two things. And this is a good question. Going to is the structure. Okay, if you say I'm coming to go, like that does work. It means like I'm coming to one place in order to go to another place. So that's a valid sentence structure, but that's not a replacement for I'm going to do something, right? And I'm going to a place is not the same as I'm going to do something. They're based on the same core idea, but going to a place means you're physically going somewhere, which is the same as saying I'm coming to a place. It's just the opposite perspective, right? So if you're at the school, I say I'm going to the school because I'm going to where you are. If you're at the school and you're talking to me and you say come to the school, right? It's come because it's towards you. You're the speaker. And it also depends on how we're thinking about it. That's a whole different topic. But for the basic structure, coming to cannot replace going to do. Okay, coming to do is something completely different. That is not a standard normal structure. That means something special. Now, you can use any verb after I'm going to do, or I'm going to. If it's not a place, right? You say, I'm going to go there tomorrow. Or you potentially, depending on how you're thinking, you could say, I'm going to come, but let's keep it simple. Let's say I'm talking about my friend. I say, he's going to come to my house tomorrow. Perfectly fine. He's going to come. Or if I say he's going to leave, he's going to talk to me, he's going to see, right? It doesn't matter what the verb is. Go and come are just two options. As for what goes after going to, not as a replacement for going in the phrase. So be careful with that. Rodrigo, now I get, okay, what did I answer for Rodrigo? I don't even remember. Oh yeah, with really. Okay, got it. Good, perfect. Okay. Oh, I'm almost caught up. Steve, be supposed to and might means kind of the same. No, they don't mean anything related to each other in any way. I suppose maybe a particular use of one of them or a particular context, but off the top of my head, the basic meaning of both of these are completely different. Supposed to, which is to be supposed to, right? We need the to be. So to be supposed to, and then do something. So like I'm supposed to uh, leave work at 5. Okay, so that's the plan, right? It's I plan to leave at 5, and you say, "Oh, hey, can you meet me at 4:30?" I say, "Well, I'm supposed to leave work at 5, so no." Right? Now you can say I'm going to leave work at 5, and depending on the context, you might be able to say different things, but supposed to is just what you expect. What's the plan? What's the expectation based on what you know? Okay. Just like if I have this bottle and I let it go and it doesn't fall, I say, well, it's supposed to fall, but for some reason it's not falling, right? Because normally I expect it to fall. So might is something completely different. If I hold this and I say, okay, if I let it go, it will fall, right? That's a fact, and it fell. If I say, if I let this go, it might fall, I'm saying there's a chance that it won't fall, right? It's like 50-50. Like once I let go, could fall or might not. Maybe, maybe, maybe. Okay. So might is like maybe. Might equals maybe, which by default, the general basic meaning of this would be like 50%, right? It depends on the context and the intonation you use, but the basic idea of might or maybe is 50%, 50-50, right? I don't know. So if I say I'm supposed to leave work at 5, that's the plan. If I say I might leave work at 5, I'm saying I don't know if I will leave at 5, but there's a 50% chance, right? It's 50. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. Okay, two completely different statements that are not even related to each other. They have completely different functions. If you can give me an example where you think they mean the same thing or they mean something similar, then we can talk about that. But that's all I have at the moment. Infamous Infinity, welcome to the chat. So do you make private teaching? So do you give private lessons? Or do you do private teaching? Yeah, make and do. I know that's a problem. I like to improve my speaking, but I can't say for sure if I'm making all the sounds correctly. The only way is a native speaker analyzing and correcting me. I can't afford to pay now, maybe sooner in the future. And then we have another question. Okay, so here's the thing on teaching. My general plan is to move away from teaching. I am currently teaching. I'm not accepting students. Not looking for new students right now. I've been thinking about making a really big shift in what I do for teaching, which might open some possibilities for a couple people because it's going to be very limited. But right now, I teach pronunciation specifically, and I also teach English in general, and I give like informal conversation practice as well. What I'm thinking about doing over the next, say, 3 to 6 months is eliminating all options except for the pronunciation, and possibly language mentoring, where I sort of help you. It's more the meta level, like how do you study, what should you study when, how do you set goals, and sort of be like a language coach that isn't actually teaching English specifically, but I'm teaching you like, how to self-study, and sort of what you should be doing um, for your goals. But definitely the pronunciation. And I'm going to be raising my price because right now I'm actually super, super cheap. Raising my price on those classes. So that's something I might do. But I'm also probably going to cut my schedule in half because right now I teach in the morning and the afternoon, and I might eliminate my afternoon classes. This is something I'm just thinking of. I have a lot of students right now that I'm working with, so I have to let them know what's going on and that this change might be happening and whatever. So the basic answer right now is I'm not accepting new students. I'm not looking for new students. Um, the best way, because even if by chance you happen to magically get a spot with me, um, the best way, right, is very unlikely. So for most people, um, the best way would be to sign up for my Patreon, right? Um, Patreon does not have anything, I don't put anything behind a paywall, right? So everything that I put on Patreon, I maybe not at the same time, but I'll usually post it on Patreon like a new video, early access for say like a few hours or a day or something, and then I'll release it on YouTube and other places. But I don't hide anything behind Patreon. Patreon gives you, which if you don't know what Patreon is, there's a link in the description. You can check it out. Um, and it's a way that you can directly support me by paying as little as $2 a month. That's my lowest amount. But there are different benefits at different levels. And at the, I think starting at the $30 a month level, I give you the ability to send me recordings that I can then give you direct feedback on. So it's not the same as a one-on-one class. There is the option in Patreon. It starts at, I think, $50 a month, where you will have some access to direct classes with me. So I don't want to make anybody sign up for Patreon. You guys don't have to do that. But if you want more direct access to me, that is the way for most people to do that. Especially because I only have so much time and I'm trying to move away from actively teaching in the long term. So that would be the answer to that. So check out Patreon. If you can't afford that, what I can do for you, so since I only have a small amount of patrons right now, any patrons that sign up to a certain number, probably like 10 or so, I'm giving you guys a little bit of extra space. So even if you just sign up for the $2, um, I'm willing to allow you to send me recordings and I'll give you feedback and I'll work with you and help you develop in the right way, where say like my 20th patron, it's just going to be the normal levels and you'll have to actually pay for that access. So that's the best I can do for you right now. Yeah. Anyway, we also have a question here from Infamous Infinity, which is, does WR make exactly the same as R in all cases? Like in the words rap, write, wrote, etc. They all have the same pronunciation. It happens with where and rare too. Okay. Good question. Very, very good question. And I think I talked about this in the W lesson for the W consonant sound. Off the top of my head, I don't remember all the little details because there might have been some exceptions, but in general, yes. The default normal thing that if it's not 100% of the time, it's definitely going to be like 99% of the time. The W is just spelling. Okay, the W is just spelling, and so if you see WR, it's not rap, right? It's just rap. Um, Same thing with right. It's not right or right or something. It's just right, right. Same exact pronunciation between the two. Wrote, same exact pronunciation between the two. Um, Now, when we say where and rare, that's a little bit different because we're going from W to air, which is the third vowel R colored, or you could possibly do the A diphthong R colored. Doesn't really matter, but where, okay? And rare is exactly the same. It's spelled with an A, but the only difference is that we're starting with the R instead of the W. So in this case, this is actually different. Okay, we're not going to say like when we say where, it starts with a W and goes to air. When we say rare, it starts on an R and goes to air. So that W is a W. Okay, because there's an R colored vowel after the W, where in rap, write, wrote, etc., it's the W and the R are right next to each other, and the W is just spelling. It's not actually a pronunciation. It's a silent W. Um, in fact, I think W is the consonant sound that is more often than not, like more than any other consonant, tends to be silent. That doesn't mean it's always silent. We use it, right? We, will, right? But it has many cases where it is silent, like in these words, minus where it is pronounced. Hello, Big Athlete. I see you down there. Welcome to the chat. Okay, infamous infinity. Does it carry? See, common problem. Might have been a typo, right? You already changed do to does, so we're not going to say it carries, right? That would be a statement. It carries something. Does it carry? We can only change the verb once, right? That's how English works. So we're not going to say does it carries. Does it carry? The same sense or meaning, the same meaning as. So we would probably say does it have the same meaning as can, might, and can. Wait, what? Okay, so this is different than your previous question. So I was talking about supposed to and might. So you're asking like, are might and can the same? So I'll let you clarify that to be sure. If might and can are the same, is that your question? Wander, when is the high schwa used? Yeah, okay. This is a big, complicated topic, and I will be talking about this in future lessons. I don't know when. This is a problem. Might and can are potentially very close, depending on the context, but they're different things. Can is an ability. If you say I can swim, that doesn't mean that you will swim. It doesn't mean that you do swim as like a habit or a hobby. It doesn't mean that you might swim, which is more of a possibility, like maybe I will, maybe I won't. It just means you can. That's all you're saying. I can swim. I have the ability to swim. If you say I might swim, this is a possibility. And specifically, as I said, about 50%. So if you say I might swim, now you're making a statement of, say, maybe like it could be right now. Like you go to the pool or the beach with your friend, and you haven't decided if you want to swim or not. So you say, well, maybe I might swim. So think of might as like will is a statement, like I will do it. Okay, that's just future will. Okay, where might is pointing to the future, but you're not sure. It's like will, but not sure, right? Or it could be won't, but not sure. You haven't decided. You might be leaning a little bit in one direction, but you don't know the answer. So that's the basics of might and can, and those are two completely different ideas. Now, when we talk about could, because could is the past tense of can, meaning a past ability. So I could swim, meaning now I can't swim, but in the past I could, right? However, could isn't just the past tense of can, it has other uses. Like in the second conditional, if I had time, which I don't, but if I had time, hypothetically, I could go to the party. But because I don't have time, I can't go to the party. That's not the past tense of can, which is something that confuses a lot of learners. Now, you could also say, if I had time, I might go to the party, hypothetically. So even if I had time, which I don't know if I would go to the party. Maybe, maybe not, right? A first conditional, if I have time tomorrow, right? This is a real possibility, not hypothetical. So I don't know if I will have time, but if I have time, I might go to the party. That's basically the same statement. I'm saying I don't know if I'm going to go to the party. I don't know if I want to. I haven't decided. Where the only difference there, where might and might in both conditionals, the first conditional, if I have time, I might go. The first conditional is a real possibility. It sounds like, well, I don't know if I will have time, but if I do have time, then I might decide to go. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. The second conditional, if I had time, this isn't past tense had. Okay, that's another confusing thing. It's a hypothetical subjunctive. Okay, we don't have to worry about that grammar right now. But if I had time, I might go to the party. It looks the same in the second part, but this is a hypothetical statement. And when you say that, you're saying that I don't have time. But if I imagine a different reality where I do have time, and then you say might after that, you're still saying, even if I have time, I still don't know if I would go or not. Okay. So, and I know that sounds complicated. It's really not that complicated. It's just a lot to try to explain. So might and could, right? If I had time, I could go. If I had time, I might go. Could in that case sounds like a hypothetical ability. So it is still different than might. But if I say like it could be possible, it might be possible, that's where could and might start sounding kind of similar. Where can and might, off the top of my head, I don't know. There's probably some cases where it could be kind of similar as well, but usually it's could and might that might be kind of close. But it depends on how you're using could. Could actually has like 3 or 4 different uses, so you have to be careful with that. Very good question. That's a whole complicated topic, so I'm going to move on from that. When is the high schwa used? Okay, so that's the sound that we were talking about earlier. Can it be used when I say to open, or you open, or do Anna and John go to the party? When is the high schwa used? Okay, good question. So the high schwa is not used in any of those words at all, ever. Okay, now I know that the fact that I call it the high schwa might make it sound special. It's not actually related to the schwa, okay? Now, when I talk about the schwa, as I've explained before, the schwa, the term schwa refers to a reduction sound. Now, there's a fully enunciated form of that which sounds basically the same, but it's clearer. And that's a whole other topic, okay? But that's the upside down V and the upside down E in IPA. Right? So, the schwa used as a reduction sound is a special application where you could just be saying the upside down V very quickly, or it could be a completely different sound that is reducing to this neutral schwa position. That's a special use of the schwa, or what we normally call the schwa. Now, the high schwa, I call it that, as I said, because it sounds like I'm moving the schwa up and back, but it's not actually a reduction sound. It's not a schwa, okay? This sound, like book, is the least common vowel sound in English, okay? It's used in quite a few words, but it is the least common sound in English. In fact, I have a lesson, there's the lesson about the high schwa where I explain all that stuff. And then after that, there's an extra practice lesson. And in that extra practice lesson, I basically tried to look for, when I was making it, I tried to look for as many examples as I could possibly find that use that vowel sound. And since publishing that lesson a while ago, I have come across or remembered a couple other words, but I think probably at least 80% of all the words in the English language that use the high schwa as I call it, are in that extra practice lesson. So when do you use it? Only certain words use it. And it's not a reduction. It's not a change from one sound to another. It is its own vowel sound. Okay, just like ah, just like e, just like ah. Okay, it's its own vowel sound. It's not a change from one sound to another. I think that's the confusion here. Okay, it's not a changing sound or a reduction sound. It is its own full sound. It's just very uncommon compared to all the other sounds. So I would watch the Hai Schwa extra practice lesson, and you will learn most of the words that in English that use that sound. Okay. You also say, in conclusion, I can think of three types of schwa sound: high schwa, normal schwa, and low schwa, similar to the, wait, what? I guess the sound in bar. Okay, so to clarify, so you're saying that there's a schwa, like a low schwa in the word bar. Just clarify that. And I'll come back to that. But to wrap this up, it's very, very important that you don't think of like in book, as a reduction. It's not actually a schwa sound. Okay, it's not even a kind of schwa. Technically my fault, but I explain it in that lesson. It's not actually a schwa sound. So that's why I say watch that lesson. I try to make it very clear. I call it the high schwa because it's a nice little name that's easy to remember, and it gives you the idea that you have to push it up and back from the position of where the real schwa actually is. Okay. So I'll wait for your confirmation on my question about the low schwa as in bar before I come back to that. But let's move on for now. Steve, is may like at least 1% of happen? That question doesn't quite make sense. Are you saying is may, like, does may mean that there's at least a 1% chance that it will happen? I think that's the question. No. May and might are the same. Okay, may and might are the same. The only differences between may and might is that may can sound a little bit more formal. May is much more common in writing because it sounds more formal. And generally, Americans use may all the time, but I think might tends to be used a bit more commonly than may in American English, minus informal writing, or in formal writing, not in informal writing. I always have to make sure that's separate. So also keep in mind that there's a meaning of may when you're asking permission. May I go to my friend's house? Which is super, super formal in American English. And we're taught that as kids, but nobody actually uses it. We usually use could as like a neutral, like, could I do something for permission? That use of may is not interchangeable with might. Might is not used for permission. But when we use may, meaning like, well, I may go to the beach tomorrow, it just sounds like maybe a little bit more formal version of I might go to the beach tomorrow. It sounds 50-50. It doesn't really, it's not much difference between the two. Okay. And we have Wander's question. Still waiting for your confirmation, Wander, about what you mean by the lo schwa in, I guess, the word bar. So still waiting for that. A Russian name or Ukrainian, I'm not sure. I think you guys have similar writing. I don't want to throw a title onto that. It looks like Russian. You say good, Kali Linux, this good system. Well, this is a live stream for English. I know Linux. I use Linux on my laptop. I like Linux much better than Windows and Mac. I haven't tried Kali Linux, so I don't really know. But Linux in general is a very, very good system, and I think superior to all other operating systems, in my opinion. Okay. Can, ability, blah, blah, blah. Okay, Einstein's, is it informal to end a sentence with a preposition? No. For me, at least, I find it extremely polite. I prefer to use them at the end instead. So If you don't use prepositions at the end of a sentence, either A, you're going to sound weird, or B, you're going to sound formal. Okay. Now, there are some cases, right? Just because there's a preposition doesn't mean it goes at the end. Okay. That's a good point. Like if I say, um, I don't know, uh, when the project, so okay, the project will be finished tomorrow, at which time I will turn it in. I'll give it to you. Okay. We're not going to say the project will be done tomorrow. I will give it to you that time at. Like you're breaking the grammar, you're breaking the language. So just because there's a preposition doesn't mean it goes at the end. Um, but these more sort of older traditional structures like for whom, which by the way, whom, if you say whom, stop it. Stop it. Because almost nobody in American English uses whom. There are some people, you will hear it occasionally. Usually they tend to be older people, but whom is a dying part of the language that is disappearing and almost nobody uses it. Um, and I don't laugh at the students, but every time I have a student and they say whom, like when before I tell them that and I hear them say, for whom or whatever, I laugh a little bit because it just sounds funny. Nobody uses it. But anyway, like so we would say like instead of for whom is the package, right? That sounds super formal. We say who is the package for. Notice we don't say whom, we say who is the package for. That is the most normal, natural way to speak. It is not informal. Okay. This old rule that you can't put a preposition at the end, that was how Middle English speakers spoke before certain historical events happened. There was this one guy who said that Latin is, which many speakers thought that Latin was a superior language because, I don't know, I guess English people had an inferiority complex or something. I don't know. But Latin was supposed to be like this, fancy learned language that, made you so sophisticated and intelligent. And so there was a guy who said, okay, well, Latin does this, Latin does this, Latin does this. So we shouldn't do that in English, or we should do this in English or whatever. And this is one of the things. And so for quite a long time, the rule was that you can't put a preposition at the end. I don't know when that started to change back to putting prepositions at the end like we do now, but it was a long time ago. Probably at least a couple hundred years ago. So maybe 200 years ago, it would be informal to put a preposition at the end, but today it is a normal way to speak, especially because of phrasal verbs. In fact, Winston Churchill, right, the leader of Britain during World War II, the prime minister, he made a statement on this because, right, there were lots of people, even in British English, they were saying, oh, you can't put prepositions at the end of a sentence. And he said, not putting prepositions at the end of a sentence is something up with which I will not put. Because to put up with something means like you have to deal with some negative thing. You have to, I don't want to do this, but I have to. So it's like a hassle. It's a problem. You don't want to have to do that thing, right? And if we follow the rule, the old rule that you can't put prepositions at the end, that's how you would have to say that, right? It's something up with which I will not put. Nobody would ever say that, even in the formal, traditional way, because phrasal verbs are part of, I think, what changed that back to us putting prepositions at the end. And now this is just how we speak. Okay, so if anybody ever tells you that you can't put a preposition at the end or that it sounds informal, there might be certain phrasal verbs that sound informal. Well, there are certain phrasal verbs that sound informal, but aside from those rare exceptions, 99.9% of the time, it does not sound informal, and those people are wrong. Okay, they're trying to be grammar police and teach you the proper grammar according to how nobody really speaks anymore. Which I hate so much, especially because you guys are usually taught that proper grammar the way that nobody speaks anymore, and you end up saying very strange things. So, the athlete. Sorry, it took me a second. I had a discussion with a teacher about the schwa and the stressed schwa. Phonetically, they're different, but phonologically, they are the same in English. He said it's wrong to say they're the same. What do you think about that? Okay. This is why I often say they're basically the same, right? So this use of basic means like essentially more or less like they're not it's not technically accurate to say they're the same, but in English, right, as you say, phonologically, they are the same in English. Okay, in other languages that use the schwa, they may not have that thing, right? Where like the schwa is its own little special thing, and there is no other sound that sounds similar. Okay, but in English, it exists. So my position, the reason why I teach you guys this way, is because if I tell you the way, like most teachers do, they say, okay, there's this sound, the upside down E, and there's this sound, the upside down V in IPA, right? And Now, if I were to tell you these are two different sounds, and I tell you, okay, for this one, you have to like open more. And I do try to give you those basic physical differences, but as I said, there's a connection. If you say really quickly and maybe a little lazily, it's going to become an actual schwa. It's going to become right? Some, some, some. So it's part of that dynamic range and flow of the reality of English speech. When we're isolating these sounds and we say, okay, there's and there's nobody actually really, I mean, we have the thinking sound which, I mean, I guess you could say that's isolation, but for the most part, like when we pick out and isolate these sounds, we start to break the actual real language, and we start to split hairs where we don't need to split hairs. Meaning we're getting like way too technical, and the actual difference we're making doesn't matter. Okay, so linguistically, right? From a very technical academic stance, this person is absolutely correct. It's wrong to say they're the same. But because they're essentially the same sound in English, and because they're very clearly, obviously connected, at least to me, in English, I think that it is more misleading and it's damaging. It's potentially going to hurt your understanding of English or make you draw wrong conclusions if I tell you they're different sounds, especially because many English learners, they're asking like, well, they sound similar. Some English learners say they sound completely different, but I've had many English learners say that they sound the same or similar, and they're like, how do I hear the difference? That's the wrong question, right? Because you've split the hair, you're wasting time on something that doesn't matter, right? It's just if you need to take a sound that has and it's supposed to be clearly enunciated, you open a bit more and you say If you're speaking more quickly, you're not enunciating as much, you simply don't open as much and you make it more neutral, a little more relaxed. It doesn't matter. Of course, that's excluding where we use the schwa as a reduction from some other sound. That's a special use of the schwa as it's technically referred to. So English has this special case, right? And I just personally think that it is more useful and less confusing to you to teach you the way that I teach you. Now, I could be wrong. There's some people who disagree with me. There's some people who think that the way I teach is maybe more confusing. That happens, right? Not everybody is going to like the way that everybody else does things. It's just the world we live in. That's fine. But in my experience, this helps clear up a lot of the misunderstandings that many students have in my personal experience working with English learners. And so you don't always have to be super technically accurate. And I try to be transparent, and I try to mention, if I have a lesson about a particular sound or something, if there's a technicality, I say, well, technically it's supposed to be like this, but blah, 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 right? So I try to keep that information in there just so like a footnote, a little detail. But I am much more concerned not with the theory and the pure sounds. I'm concerned with how are you physically producing the sounds? Can you hear the sounds? And how do you actually improve your speech? Not what is the strict technical difference between these two things? That does not matter very much. Um, in some cases, the strict technical difference can matter a lot because, like we were saying earlier, is not ooh. It's not a short version of ooh. It's. It's a completely different sound. So that's a technical difference that matters a lot because it's also a practical difference. Okay. So I'm focused much more on the practical reality and the practical things that are going to actually help you guys, which I think, I don't know, I don't watch a lot of other teachers, but based on the fact that I get so many learners um, asking me the same questions and, you know, asking me things that are clearly based on misunderstandings that just aren't accurate. Um, I would rather be the teacher that is not technically accurate but actually helps you practically develop the skills that you need instead of being the teacher that is technically accurate and possibly gives you like makes you come to false conclusions or have a misunderstanding about something that or waste your time on something that doesn't matter. So that's my stance. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Oh well. um can you try slowly transit the okay, I see, to the merged ah? So you want me to pronounce, you want me to start in the start of the I diphthong, just the starting point, and you want me to go from there, holding my voice into the merged ah sound. That's what I understand from your question. So I can do that first. I have to isolate I. Okay. I, It's actually, it's really weird for me to do that. Like yeah, I might not even be going completely into because that's something I've never done before. But it's around It's close enough for sure. Um, so you could hear that because with I'm using more of the front part of my tongue, maybe sort of like kind of in the middle, but it's more here, right? It's definitely not in the back of the tongue, and you can actually hear my tongue start to do this as I transition, right? I ah ah. Okay, and I'm just kind of doing that. I'm sort of like lowering the back of my tongue. Um, looking at the Brazilian chart, because I know you had a question about that. The Brazilian Portuguese chart, you have the same symbol for the start of I. It may not be the exact same quality as English. That's important to remember. And again, when I say quality, I don't mean where it's coming from here, like other teachers do. I'm talking about the does it sound like the English version of the sound, which I've talked about before. So it may not be the same quality necessarily, but it's the same IPA symbol, so it's probably similar. But the Brazilian one, the English one is going to be a little farther forward here. The Brazilian one is a little farther back, so you actually probably use more towards here, like ah. Um, but the uses the back of the tongue, okay, not the middle or the front, and it's going to be more down like that. So that's the big difference. Thank you, Francie. No problem, Big Athlete. So I hope that helps, Steve. I know it's a difficult thing, but that's what it is. So, okay. Moving on, infamous infinity. We learned from grammatical text that the right is do for he subjects, I, we, you, they, and does, wait, oh, for the subjects, I, we, you, they, and does for the subjects. Okay, but I often see do being used for the subjects he, she, and it. Why does this happen when he does that? Why does this happen? Steve, it helps. Okay, good. Okay. Okay, so he does it, she does it. So you're saying that you often see do, so like he do it. Okay. This, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure I know what you're referring to. Um, so something that is awesome, but also unfortunate is which I'm picking up from you guys a lot. Like I already heard about this in the past, and I was like, "Oh, that's cool." But based on the questions some of you guys are asking me, I know this is definitely true. American hip hop, and I guess rap, but the whole hip hop thing, right? Like the beats and the vibes, and all the chill stuff and whatever. That has permeated, meaning it's gone around and sunk into the world, right? It's been super, super popular around the world. It's had a big effect in the world. So many hip hop and rap artists, um, obviously stereotypically, are African American, right? Not all of them, they're African American. And within the way that many African Americans can speak, right? I know this is a sensitive topic, not judging anybody. There's a thing called Ebonics, which actually has its own sort of grammar rules and everything, where they say like he be, I be, right? They don't really conjugate be, um, and not all African Americans speak that way. I've known quite a few African Americans where they can sort of switch between the two, depending on who they're talking to or whatever. And there's nothing wrong with that. I don't think that it's a wrong way to speak. I don't think it's a bad way to speak. Um, but you'll hear in rap and hip hop, or things that are like really pop culture that have spread throughout the world, from the United States. Um, you hear the English that is used by people who speak that way. And so I've been getting a lot of questions. Especially, I know Steve asks a lot of questions like that, and we've talked about certain things before. Um, but you guys are asking me these questions like, "Oh, isn't this wrong?" or "Is this right?" or "Can we do this?" And I'm like, "Well, that sounds like that sort of rapper hip hop type dialect that you might hear from somebody who's in that type of thing, right?" Um, and again, I'm not judging. I'm not trying to stereotype anybody, but it's something that exists, and it's not wrong. But those little details, like saying "he do it," um, that is not standard in American English, or I would say in any variety of English: Australian, South African, British, whatever, maybe Irish English or Jamaican English potentially, but in the big ones, we're focused on American English here anyway. So in standard American English, both Western General American and non-Western General American, as I like to call them, because they're basically Western American is under the same umbrella. Um, it sounds uneducated. It sounds incorrect. Okay. My perspective, as I said, I don't think it's wrong in the sense of nobody should talk that way, and it shows that you're stupid or that whatever. Like, people talk how they talk. That's fine. But the sound to the average American speaker is going to be that it sounds uneducated or maybe really informal at best. So it's not a normal, quote unquote, normal way to speak, um, according to how the average American would probably perceive uh, what sounds correct or what sounds good. So that's my answer there. If you want to speak that way, you can, but if you go to a job interview, if you're trying to get a job in English, you're trying to apply to a university in English, it's probably not going to go well for you. Unfortunately, that's just the reality. I'm not saying it should be that way, but that's how it's going to sound. So you need to be aware of these things because you guys are English learners. You have to be aware of that. So speak however you want, but know that that's the reality. The athlete, I think he's not considering the function of both sounds. Phonetics only focus on the characteristic of the individual sound and not how it works in a language. I don't care. I don't care. As I said, I don't care to be technically accurate. You need to be technically accurate to an extent. Things are how they are, but there's some things where we're splitting hairs, and I'm not going to care to split them because it's not practical. It doesn't matter. So again, maybe I'm wrong about that. Wander. Okay, I think there are 3 types of schwa. So a high one as in affect, a normal one as in about, and a low one as in to. Go. Types of schwa as in but. Okay. Not the stress version, I mean. I just gave those examples to understand. Okay. So you bring up a very interesting and important thing. In fact, I think I might, where are we at? 145. I think I might take this part of the live stream out and make it its own video because I don't know if anybody else is having the same problem. It's probably okay. There's only one schwa. Okay. Linguistically, technically, the schwa is a reduction sound to this sort of neutral middle position. Okay. Now, of course, the upside down V, as I was talking about before, it's basically the same sound in English. It's like a clearly enunciated form of that schwa in English. That's a special thing. Okay. If we're going from another sound, like say, what's a good example here? Okay, like to ta. Okay. We're changing from the oo vowel sound to We're just making it nice and short and whatever. Okay. That is the schwa sound as a reduction from another sound. That is the technical thing of what the schwa is and what it's supposed to do, even in other languages that use it, as far as my understanding goes. And that is what the schwa is. So it's a reduction sound, but how I teach it, it's also the sort of fast, unenunciated form of like in some, one, come, whatever. Now, so there is no 3 types, there aren't 3 types of schwas, okay? There's the one type of schwa. Technically, if you want to use the upside down V as a second type of schwa, which I wouldn't describe it that way, but that would be the 2 types of schwas. And again, I'm using schwa not in the technically accurate sense. I'm using it as a label for that sound in English and the full range of the reality of that sound. What you're talking about here, so effect, which E-F-F-E-C-T. There's also A-F-F-E-C-T, which is a slightly different word that many natives actually confuse a lot. They have two different meanings, 2 slightly different meanings. They're pronounced the same, okay? The second one, spelled with the A, is just It's not a reduction, it's just right? So it's not changing from some other sound. The first one, the full pronunciation would be E, the E vowel, effect. It has no effect. And we don't usually say it that way, but sometimes we will. This is normally reduced to a schwa, effect. Okay, so they'll sound the same. In the word about, this is like effect spelled with an A, where it's not a reduction from some other sound, it's just the sound that exists there. Many English words that start with the letter A, and that's like the only sound in that syllable, that first syllable, many times it will just be a schwa sound. It's just that's just the sound it is, okay? And it's unstressed, of course. It's not the fully enunciated about, right? So it's about. And then in to, which I think, right, I had to go. Yeah, so to reduces to ta, so that's another thing. Okay, so the in effect, both effects, the in about and the in to, ta, right, reduction ta, are exactly the same. Okay, they're 100% exactly the same. They're all the schwa sound, right? Now, as I said, in the case of effect with an A and about, they're not reducing from some other sound. It's just the sound that's there. But when we use that sound in any of those cases, it's the same thing. Okay, it's just a schwa sound. There's no different type of schwa sound. Now, you further clarify, you say types of schwa, you say I as in bit. Okay, I is a reduction sound, and I don't want this to be confusing. Okay, I is a reduction sound. It's also a full sound. Okay, using it as a reduction sound is one function, just like reducing some other sound to an actual schwa. Is a function of the schwa, where the fully pronounced version of is or like saying or. Usually we say it right? That or, if it's not stressed, will usually reduce to That's a special use of the vowel sound, but there are plenty of words like water that use the vowel not as a reduction. Okay, so just like bit is not a reduction. That I sound is a nice full sound that it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be the I sound. But if I say, for example, before, this is actually in the most recent lesson as one of the words in one of the sentences, but the full pronunciation is be, before. Okay, usually we don't say it that way, but you can, before, right? So it's E. Now this can reduce to be, or it can reduce to ba with a schwa, okay? If you reduce to be with the second vowel like bit, it's not a schwa sound. That's not linguistically what's called a schwa. I think that it would be confusing and misleading to call it a schwa, but it is a reduction from E. So I think maybe you're thinking of reduction equals schwa when that is not true. The schwa is one type of reduction. Okay, just like can be a reduction, I can also be a reduction. Okay, same thing with can. The word can is supposed to be that fourth vowel, can. Sounds a little different because of the N, but it's still okay? Can. Now, can is usually not stressed, and it usually gets reduced. And it can reduce, notice I just said it can reduce to that second vowel, like bit. It can reduce to the schwa, kin, doesn't matter. Or you can completely erase the vowel altogether in this case, just go from the K sound to the N sound, kn. I can do it. I can do it. That's also perfectly fine. So it's more like a syllabic N or KN or whatever you want to call it. So that's one point. Now you also mentioned, so the inverted E, the upside down E in IPA, that is the actual symbol for the actual schwa, what I call the true schwa, to separate it from the upside down V, which I also call the schwa because it's the same sound, although that's technically not accurate to call it the schwa, but it's the same sound in English, basically. It doesn't really matter, okay? It's just a clearly enunciated version of it. When you give the last example, so the sound in car and the sound in lot, that is the same vowel sound. In car, it's R colored, so it's going to sound maybe a little bit different. And the IPA symbol you're using is not the right IPA symbol. That doesn't matter too much. I'm not going to worry about that. But we're focused on the sound ah. Now remember, I teach with the cot merger, so I don't say ah and all. I say ah, where the ah gets moved back and the all gets moved down and the lips disappear. I think it's easier to speak that way. That's how I speak. That's how I teach it. You don't have to follow that. But car and lot would use that sound. Ah, okay? Now, that is in no way a reduction sound. It's not even a reduction. So it's definitely not a schwa, but it's not a reduction in any way. It's a full sound, or if it's R colored, R, okay? So I'm really not sure where that's coming from. That's very, very confusing to me. I don't know if somebody told you that or if like you read that somewhere, or maybe that's just like based on what you hear, it seems like it's what you would call a schwa. Now, one thing that can be confusing is the R-colored ah, not the sound in lot. That's just ah, but the R-colored ah, R, in British English, if you were taught British English originally, this can mess with your ears. And because British people say ka, and there's this sort of schwa-like sound at the end of the ah. So they'll say ka. And I don't speak British English, it's not perfect, but they have this thing that they do, right? Um, Same thing with like or, they say or. Um, Again, I don't have perfect pronunciation, but you get the point. Where in American English, if there's that R sound, we want to hear that R sound, right? It could potentially be kind of light, but it needs to be a clear R. Car, or, I don't know, ear, right? Not ear, ka, or, okay? Um, so that might be confusing you with the R color. But other than that, I have no idea why you would have those two linked. And again, I'm not trying to say like, oh, you're stupid or you're bad or anything. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm just really confused because I don't know where you got that from. That just seems very strange to me. Um, so, but it is what it is. Part of my mission here, part of the reason why I want to make these videos and all this stuff is because there are things that you guys were either taught wrong, um, which I think most teachers give you proper information. Like, I'm not saying like, oh, teachers teach you wrong. Like that would be unfair. Um, but I know that there are some things that you guys were taught. Like maybe you were taught British English and now you're learning American English. Like whom, using whom, say, because there are people in American English who speak, they're like grammar police. They say, oh, you're supposed to say whom, but nobody uses it anymore. So maybe you were taught that, you were taught wrong because that's not how people actually speak, right? That's what I mean. So there's things maybe you were taught wrong. There's things that maybe uh, the way that you were taught it, sort of like it led you to a misunderstanding or a false conclusion. Like if you think of a long vowel versus a short vowel, using that term long and short, like you might think that long means stress and short means unstressed, when that is not the case at all. Can be stressed or unstressed, which is the short I. I, which is the long I, is the diphthong I, can be stressed or unstressed. Doesn't really matter. That's more about that's a different part of English. The stress isn't so much tied to the sounds, unless we're talking about reductions, like with the schwa, the true schwa sound. Anyway, so part of my mission is to clarify, to teach you guys the right thing after you learn the wrong thing. And then just apparently the way that I describe things is very useful to a lot of people. And so I have that going for me too. So I can help give you a different perspective on things that are common problems that people struggle with, to actually finally understand and master that. Wander says, thanks a lot, very helpful explanations. Good. Okay, I'm very glad that was able to help. Moving on. Okay, so Steve, God, it's getting hot in here. I'm gonna open my window. Hold on a second. Glad it's not as hot as it was yesterday. Yesterday was really hot, but okay. So, Steve, more examples about that question. Can I drop the o and keep a small before a vowel instead of the same word? Okay, so yeah, so we were talking about that before for people who are confused by that. We're talking about dropping certain sounds and adding a small y or w as a linking form, because usually the rule is that like if you have e or I and then another vowel, you add a small y. If you have o or u or ow and then a vowel, you add a small w to link them. And Steve was asking before about like, can you drop the sound like the e, I, u, ow, whatever it is, but still link with a small y or w to a vowel. So let's see, situation. This can be used as an example for both vacation, information. Okay, so you say use an example for both. At first I was like, well, how? But I think some people say situation, something like that. That I don't know how prevalent that is. I've heard that before, but it's not the way that I say it for sure. Um, but it is another way to say it. Situation. I think that's not standard, but I could be wrong. But situation, right? So situation. So if we drop the ooh and we just try to do like situation. So you're kind of dropping that vowel, the ooh, and then just going way, situation. Difficult situation. It's a tough situation. Even in faster speech, my tendency is to want to kind of push out at least a little bit of that ooh first, but it is perfectly possible to kind of, when you do the ch, instead of doing chu way, you can do ch, like chu, chu, where like you bring the lips out as you're doing the ch. Normally it's supposed to be chu way, so it's ch u a. But what you can do is bring the lips out as you're doing the ch, not after the ch, and then you're in that W position more or less when the ch is done. So you're sort of overlapping them. Situation. In fast speech, yes, you could do that. That's a way to do it where you're overlapping the sounds to speak a little faster, but I still have the natural feeling that I kind of want to get a little bit of that ooh rather than overlapping them. So they're both okay, but um, I don't know. I feel a little bit more towards keeping the ooh, but dropping it is something that you'll probably hear in fast speech. Yes. Uh, vacation. Vacation. This is, I don't see how this is an example. Vacation and information. So those last two, vacation and information, where is the link? Like the small y or small w? Maybe my mind is just being stupid right now. But if you can clarify that, like where do you think in those two words the y or the w would be? Because we actually might have a bit of a misunderstanding or misperception of the sounds here. Um, wander, message retracted. You don't have to retract your messages, but that's okay. So I'll let you clarify that for vacation information. Vigathlete, what is the term to differentiate the pronunciation of to full form and de or ta the reduced form? What is the term? Reduction. I mean, I'm sure there probably is a technical term. If there is, I don't remember it. I mean, like we talk about the reduction, which is where you go from the full form to the reduced form. What is the term differentiate the pronunciation of to? So the way that I usually say that, which again, even if there's a technical term that I don't remember, my way of explaining it, I think, is probably going to be clearer anyway because it's using plain words. I talk about the fully pronounced or the clearly enunciated form. That's the full form. Versus the reduced form, right? And I think that that's really useful because the reality, right, instead of getting stuck in technical terms and all this stuff, the reality is that the full form is a function of slower, more clearly enunciated speech, right? Now, just because you're speaking slower and more enunciated, like I could say, I wanna go to the beach. right? Like that's a certain intonation that sounds like, I've been waiting forever. I want to go to the beach. So I'm speaking more slowly there. I'm still using reductions. So just because it's slower doesn't mean it's going to be more clearly enunciated. But remember, enunciation is a tool. It's not the normal way we speak. And so when I talk about the clearly enunciated form, that makes it really clear that it's a function of how you're speaking rather than like the normal standard way to speak, which it's not. That's one of my problems with the Elsa Speak app. It seems that there are some reductions in there, but it's also like overly enunciated to the point where it's like it almost sounds unnatural. So anyway, I know that doesn't particularly answer your question, but I don't think it matters what the term is. Again, I'm almost always more concerned with practical application, especially because a lot of these technical terms, like sometimes it's useful to know, like verb is a technical term. That's a grammar term. It's good to know what a verb is, right? But a lot of technical terms, it's like, okay, maybe if you want to talk about them because you're talking about linguistics or something, but a lot of these technical terms and concepts don't actually help you improve your English. They're nice to know. They can kind of help, but they don't actually give you a whole lot of benefit for your actual skills, right? So if you're into linguistics and you want to talk about these technical things, that's perfectly fine. You can and should learn those vocabulary words, and use them properly. I'm not too concerned with the technicalities of linguistics. I'm much more concerned with the practical reality. And if my explanations are not technically accurate, well, they are practically accurate. So that's my main concern. Especially because you get a lot of the technical stuff from other people. I don't want to just spit out the same stuff. Unless it happens to be practical and accurate and very useful, in which case I will spit out the same stuff. So, Steve, do words that end, right? So, plural, right? A word ends, do words that end. I know. Might be a typo, but another little reminder there. Do words that end with ingly have a pattern of meaning? Pattern of meaning as in vocabulary meaning? I would say no, but pattern of meaning as in like a grammar structural meaning, then yes. If I say amazing, okay, so I'm taking amaze as a verb or amazement as a noun. Amaze, adding the ing to describe something, because we can use the ing form as an adjective. And it's amazing, okay? The ly is a very common, not the only, but a very common ending to create an adverb, which describes a verb or another adjective, where a regular adjective describes a noun or describes a noun, basically. So the show was amazing. Okay, cool. Now, if I say amazingly, I'd have to say like the show was amazingly boring. Maybe it was just so boring that it was amazingly boring. Like, how could it possibly be that boring, right? So that ingly, where I'm using the adjective form of amazing plus ly to change that adjective into an adverb, and I'm pretty sure that's how that's always going to work grammatically. The ingly ending should always be an adjective, an ing adjective that's being changed into an adverb. So it just turns it into an adverb. That's all it really does. But no, like if I say amazingly and terrifyingly, those are two completely different words with two completely different meanings. They're being used grammatically in the same way. It's amazingly boring. It's terrifyingly boring. But and maybe in some context the meaning might come out to be the same if the words are similar enough. But no, not inherently. It doesn't create the same vocabulary meaning between words. Okay, we native speakers of Brazilian Portuguese tend to say the S in words like smell and smoke, S plus consonant, as a Z sound, smell and smoke. Or smoky, smoky, smoky. I know Brazilians, they add E's to the end of things a lot too. Should it always sound like an S in that case? Are there exceptions? Uh, if there are exceptions, again, focus on your ears. Ears, 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 ears. It doesn't matter. Like if there were just like one or two exceptions for something, then it becomes useful to memorize exceptions. And there are some things like that in grammar and pronunciation where maybe there's literally just a couple exceptions. But at the end of the day, you want to train your ears anyway. So if you're not sure, right, you can go, I don't recommend the dictionary because the voice is robotic, but you can go to forvo.com, where you can actually get a recording from a native, and they'll tell you American, British, whatever, and listen to it. And if your ears are trained, right, if you can actually perceive the difference in sounds, then you look it up. Oh, okay, it's this sound, and then you just remember it, right? Maybe you put it into a flashcard, revise it, whatever it is, revise, review. Too much exposure to Australian English. You review it over time, and then or whatever it is. But that's where you want to start, is being able to hear the difference instead of just trying to memorize the exceptions. Because if you can't hear it, it doesn't matter. But specifically for this case, the S plus consonant, I don't think there are exceptions to that. There are many, many, many words that start with S and a consonant: SM, ST, SK, SL, right? Smell, smoke, smite, smug, smart. If we say start, stamp, stiff, still, stuck, ski, sky, scope, spelled with a C, but it's a K sound, slip, sly, etc., etc. If there are exceptions, I can't think of them. There might be. If there are any exceptions, they might be more in the middle of words, because sometimes things can kind of happen that way. But if it's at the start of a regular word, I would say probably not. Probably not. But don't quote me on that. I feel pretty certain that there's no exceptions for that, but I could be wrong. Rodrigo, actually, I don't think we do it. Well, some Brazilian speakers speak. See, sometimes sounds come out wrong. I was going to say something else. Speakers. Yeah. Maybe we do it if we put a I before the S. Yeah, certain combinations, certain things. Could be a regional thing, you know. If I remember, I don't know if you guys are from the same area or whatever, but who knows? Eddie Cuevas. Cuevas. So sorry it took me a second to get to you here, Eddie. But thank you for joining the chat. Please, could you wait? What? Could you? Okay. Kind of difficult. Okay. This is a common question. Well, relatively common question. So could you explain the differences between the A sound in lack and the A sound in lock? Now, the first point I want to make here, which I think is super, 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 super useful and important, is these sounds are usually taught to you guys from what I've seen as A sounds, right? They're not A sounds, okay? The A in lack, you could maybe call that an A sound, but A is a diphthong. Like, I'm not talking about the letter, right? Remember, in English, we have 5 vowel letters, but we have 10 or more, depending on the dialect, 10 or more vowel sounds. And there are different ways that we can represent those sounds, and it's not always the same letter or always the same spelling to represent the same sound in different words. It's a big mess. We know this, right? But I do not want you to think of these as the A in lack and the A in lock, because there is no A in lock, there's an O. But I don't want you to think of it as an O either, okay? Don't think of the letters. There are the letter names, and then there are the actual sounds themselves. Okay, so the A in lack which there is a letter A there, so we could say that technically, but it's not the sound A, it's ah. Okay, this is the sound in cat. This is a very difficult sound for many English learners. It's using the front of the mouth. I have a whole lesson on it. It's in the main pronunciation course. I call it the fourth vowel sound because it's the fourth vowel sound on the vowel chart. If you don't know what a vowel chart is, I have a lesson for that as well. And you can download that in the description with my website download link. Anyway, this is the sound ah. So you're using the front part of your tongue. There's a bit of a shape to it, and you're going to have to play with it to get it. Okay? Ah, ah, ah. Ah. I know it's kind of hard to see, but that's what that is. Okay, many teachers talk about that sound and explain that. Again, I have a lesson for that. The A sound in lock is not an A sound. Okay, I think this is a very horrible way to teach that concept. It is not an A sound. It just confuses you. And it actually can have real world implications in your ability to perceive the difference in the sounds, which is what you're having trouble with, right? I was gonna say a problem, what you're having trouble with. This is the sound ah, okay? Now, in the way that I speak, which is Western American, which is 99% the same as General American, it's under the same umbrella as General American, there's something called the cot-cot merger, which I've talked about a lot before. And in the main lesson for the ah sound, which I spell A-W, I phonetically spell A-W, and not aw, ah. This sound, in the way that I speak in Western American, is called the cot-cot merger. The sound, this word and this word have the same sound. In non-Western General American, there's the sound ah and aw, okay? And I don't use those. You will sometimes see me use them unconsciously because that can happen for Western American speakers, but we perceive the one sound ah, which is a blending. This sound moves back, ah, ah. This sound oh moves down, and we don't use the lips anymore. Ah, 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 ah. So it's just this back bottom vowel sound, okay? I think it's a lot easier to do it that way. You don't have to use the merger, but just to clarify, right? I'm trying to simplify this and make sure everything is nice and clear. So that's how I speak. So I say lock, not lock or lock. See, because in the unmerged version, this is another reason why I think the cot-cot merger is very useful for you guys, because there's some words that use ah, which is farther forward in the unmerged version, right? Mine is back here, ah, 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 ah. And the difference in sound between the unmerged ah and the ah is smaller than the difference between ah and ah. So that could be part of why you're having a problem hearing the difference. Now, I do have a lesson, a special lesson you can find on my channel, a minimal pair lesson comparing these two exact sounds, ah and ah. The ah, I phonetically spell A-H, and the ah, I phonetically spell A-W, which is different than the way most teachers do it. I know that can be confusing, but I explain all that in the main lesson. Don't worry, okay, because there is no phonetic English spelling. This is just how I do it. I also have a guide that you can download in the description for all the ways that I write things phonetically in English, instead of using the IPA, which is a big nightmare. So that's the basic difference. Lack, L-A-C-K, in the front. Lack, lack, lack. L-O-C-K, which I would not describe as an A sound, is in the back. Lock, 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 okay? Lack, lock, lack, lock. Okay, so I hope that helps. Again, you can watch the main lessons for both of those sounds, and I highly recommend that you do the minimal pair ear trainer lesson comparing those two sounds. Okay, you can find all those lessons in the American English pronunciation and ear training course, or if you do a search, if you type something like AH, AW, English hacks, minimal pairs, it'll probably come up. But minimal pairs are designed to help you start hearing the difference between similar sounds. Um, so definitely do that one for sure, if nothing else. So I hope that helps. And then if you're still having trouble later, I mean, sometimes it takes time. You can come back. I can maybe give you some more examples. You can ask more questions. No problem. No problem. Okay. Rodrigo talking to Steve. Maybe you don't. Maybe people do. Ooh, we have a fight. Fight in the chat. No. Yeah, there's all kinds of variations, so it's okay. Infamous Infinity, thanks to you, I learned the difference between dental T and D and normal D and well, I was gonna say T and D. You switched it on me. Normal D and T. I don't need to use context anymore. Perfect, 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 perfect. Especially because a lot of teachers I don't think talk about that. Davin left a comment on a recent video I posted. I don't know if it was in response to you. Somebody asked me about the dental th, and I'm pretty sure it was you, where I gave that sentence, the day something blah blah blah. She commented, or here she commented. I still don't know. I want to say she. Davin commented on that and gave a link to a Rachel's English video where it wasn't Rachel, it was one of her teachers. And he mentioned it a bit and he said like, oh yeah, you want to make sure that the tongue is low in the mouth. So you say th. If the tongue is too high and closed in the mouth, you're going to get the. And that's not the right way to do it. And it's things like that where like he doesn't say, oh yeah, this is a very perfectly common variation that is not informal and people use it all the time, because that's true. It's true. You're going to hear it all the time on TV. You're going to hear if you come to the United States, you're going to hear people using it all the time. So these teachers, which I mean, I don't want to say, oh, whatever, because it's a Rachel's English teacher. It's Rachel's English. I think she does generally a good job. I don't agree with everything she says. Which I'm the small YouTuber. Maybe that makes people not like me. I don't know. But when it comes to things like this, the reality is the reality. I don't care what's technically accurate. I don't care what the language officially recognizes, right? Like you're not supposed to use a dental T or D, but people do it all the time, right? It's a normal part of the language. And if nothing else, you at least need to know about that to be able to hear it, because it's going to help your listening. You don't have to use it, right? But you do need to be aware of it. And so, if nothing else, I think that the teachers who say either it's wrong or you shouldn't do that or whatever, like they're not helping you, right? In fact, they're hurting you because they're not giving you the tools you need to actually understand real spoken English. So again, I'm coming at this from a practical angle. And again, as I said before, the regular T and D as a replacement for the TH, that sounds very informal. That sounds uneducated. That sounds wrong. Now, I'm just saying that's the perception. I'm not saying it is wrong. There are people who speak that way. Again, that more like hip hop rap type dialect or pronunciation that you might tend to hear, and that's okay, but it will be perceived a certain way. So the dental T and D is a perfectly normal variation that everybody uses. And we won't even really notice that we're using it in the first place. Okay, so Rodrigo, just one point about my previous question is actually S plus voiced consonant. Okay, see, that's an important detail. It's because of a characteristic of our own language that we subconsciously use when speaking English. Interesting. Yeah, that I think I vaguely remember something about that from Portuguese. I didn't completely master the pronunciation, but I spent quite a lot of time with it because that's what I start with. So my month of Portuguese was very heavily pronunciation focused, but I didn't get everything down. So that I remember something kind of like that. So S plus voiced consonant. Yeah, because start is not voiced. It's going to soften the T a bit, but the T is voiceless. So yeah, in some languages, right? Because if if you have something, I mean, things are spelled in different ways in different languages, but I can imagine like if you have a language, like say it uses the same Latin alphabet, whatever, like maybe Portuguese, you have an S, which is normally voiceless, but you have a voiced consonant. And so because of the voiced consonant, maybe it affects the S and turns it into more of a Z, and some people speak that way. And so you in English now want to say smell, smell, smell instead of smell. Um, just like how for Spanish speakers, they don't have S at the start of words. And so, like the word special, they have the word especial, but there's an e. There's always an e in front of an s. An s itself does not directly start a word in Spanish. And so when Spanish speakers try to speak English and there's a word that starts with an s, they always put an e in front of it. Oh, he's really smart. Es smart, right? They're adding this completely extra sound that's not even there in English. So it's obviously it's not the same problem, but it's a similar type of problem based on how your language works. And we even know things like that, like when we were talking about the ed ending, right? Walked. Okay, that what looks like a D is actually being pronounced as a T because this particular thing happens to function based on the voiced or voicelessness of the previous sound. Um, so there are things like that that can happen. To answer your question specifically, I would give the same answer. Maybe there are some exceptions, but I can't think of any, and I feel pretty certain that anytime you see S plus voice consonant, it's probably going to be an S. Um, now there are some strange cases, like uh, this word. Um, so the X, it could be pronounced as a Z even depending, but the default normal most common pronunciation of X would be like a KS sound, right? We sort of perceive it like X. But we don't say example. Some people might say it that way. Example. We say example. So here we're actually changing the K into a G, the K sound into a G, and the S sound also changes with it to a Z. Um, so you'll hear me say example, for example, and I'm reducing the E to E. Example, example, example. So there are some strange cases like that. This is actually spelled with an X, but technically, according to the sound, here we have a voiceless consonant before the S, which doesn't match your question specifically, but um, it's a similar type of change that we're talking about, right? That may or may not happen. So again, focus on your ears. Always focus on your ears. And if you notice something that maybe you think like, oh, this is an S plus a voice consonant, it kind of sounds like a Z to me, do some research, right? Look it up, maybe ask me about it. I can confirm. Um, sometimes you might need a little bit of help, but um, yeah, as long as your ears are open, then you'll be able to actually hear what it really is. So that's the main point. Again, it always comes down to that. Infamous, I'm still studying the dental D and normal D, but I'm seeing progress, and I just need more time to get used to hear these both. Yeah, so you get used to hearing both of these sounds. You don't have to say both of these sounds. Um, good, fantastic. That's what we want to do. That's what we want to do, right? You got to play with it. You got to practice it. You got to maybe do minimal pairs. I haven't made minimal pairs for that yet, but you got to play with it. That's how we improve. Um, yeah, and just a reminder: if you say get used to do, that doesn't work, right? It's get meaning become, use or I am used to doing means something that is normal. Where without get, but if you say I, no to be, also no get, no to be, I used to do, that's a habit in the past. Okay. And you sort of mix the two. So we need the ing on here. Maybe a typo, but just a reminder because that's a common mistake. So get used to hearing both these sounds. Good. Thanks. Okay, so infamous also can be substituted by the sound from bed followed by schwa. Instead of cat, cat. Instead of bed, bed. Good question. I'm gonna need a drink for this one. My drink's not cold anymore. It's not cool. Literally. Anyway. Can it? There are speakers who speak that way. Is it standard? I don't think so. Now, we could also intentionally manipulate it. I was talking about that a few live streams ago, where sometimes we intentionally manipulate the sound of certain words to give certain effects. And that's attached also to like the intonation, and it's really rooted in the context. But sometimes we might just want things to sound a certain way. There's you can't just change whatever you want. It's a weird thing. But like if I say I don't know. Instead of saying, "Oh, I'm going to bed," I can say, "I'm going to bed." Sounds kind of like more like a southern accent. Like I just want to give that feel. Like, yeah, I'm going to bed. I'm tired. You know, sometimes we might speak that way. Might do that just for fun, just cause we can. But as the normal way to say bed, cat, whatever, there are some speakers who do that. That sounds kind of like the northern accent to me, which is around like the Great Lakes area, because they have a whole vowel shift thing going on. Often I hear it accompanied with like a Y sound, almost like cat, bed, bed. Oh, I'm gonna go to bed. Right? It sounds like I'm from Minnesota. Right? It's probably a horrible accent, horrible impersonation. But they have this sort of like weird vowel shift, and they can kind of do that where I mean, maybe it happens in real speech, and I just don't notice it because my brain filters it, but it seems weird. Like I would never say, I'm going to bed, bed. Now, what you might hear is the lazy ah, because there's a lazy version, right? There's ah, fully enunciated, nice and open, cat, right? Yeah. So not this wouldn't be for eh. Yeah, see, that's weird. I think there's a confusion here. Anyway, instead of ca, right, we have where you don't open as much, and it's really based on that tongue shape. Because the ah is supposed to be more open than eh. And even in the lazy version, it is slightly more open. But if you look at my jaw won't really open much. I'll do 3 and then 4 ah, but lazy, right? Eh, ah, ah. So I'm opening a little bit, but it's really how I'm slightly changing the shape of my tongue and kind of trying to lower this a little bit more in here, that we can still hit that same sound. It doesn't sound quite as clear, but the brain will interpret it will interpret it as ah, not eh. Where if you're not used to that, and because now it's a lot closer physically to eh, you might your brain might interpret it as eh, right? And so you need further ear training to distinguish that. And that's okay. But we use the lazy ah all the time. So instead of saying cat, 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 I have a cat, I have a cat, I have a cat, cat. Okay, that's not cat, I have a cat. See, ca, 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 ca. Okay, so maybe some people do it, but I don't think it's standard. Anyway, sorry for the delay, but yeah, vacation information art examples. I checked it out and I thought that the pronunciation was different. Oh, okay. Why is it so hard to think of some good examples? Probably because it's something that is not particularly common. The standard thing is that when you have whether inside a word or between words, especially between words, the standard thing is that you're going to have that small y connector, that small w connector. Depending if you can overlap or there's some special thing about those two particular sounds where you can do something like an overlap, like with situation, which definitely don't say it that way slowly. It sounds weird, but speaking quickly, the ch is with the tongue and the w is with the lips, and so we can actually do them at the same time. And you can sort of delete that ooh. That's a special arrangement that makes it possible to kind of drop it. Um, but normally, the reason why the small y and the small w happen when going from these particular sounds to other vowels, inside words or between words, is because of the presence of those that sound e, o, u, whatever. That triggers the y and the w. So if you take those out, then they wouldn't happen in the first place. So the reason why it's hard to think of examples is probably because it's relatively uncommon to have the right situation or group of sounds that you could drop it in fast speech. I think last time there was an example where I was like, oh yeah, that works. I don't remember which one it was. But yeah, so the main point here, I mean, it's good to try to notice these things, but I wouldn't be putting a whole lot of attention on that because it's like best case scenario, even if it were a common thing, like if it's something that we did all the time, then I mean, yeah, it would be worth doing that because you could just speak that way. Um, but it seems relatively uncommon, and I would say probably mostly just in really fast speech. And so it's something that instead of focusing on, well, where can I drop the oo or the e or whatever, just notice where do we get the creation of the small y or small w, and just say the whole thing. Just get used to doing that. Because that's what you want to do, right? You want to have nice, good flowing speech. So um, I think you're spending too much time trying to cut out something that doesn't need to be cut out, right? Even if it's possible to cut it out, it doesn't have to be, and it won't always be. It's just maybe a possibility. So um, anyway, Steve, by the way, when someone does something um, like exempli, lamy typing, the E isn't pronounced there. So how would you read that? Um, well, actually, I don't know why people do that. I've seen some people do that. You're not supposed to do that because that doesn't make any sense. It's just lame. Example. Like, I don't know how to read it because what you're supposed to do would be something like this. For example, because it's going to be on the stress syllable, at least usually. Or if it's lame, like lame. So I'd be like lame. Right? That's how it's supposed to be. That's how I would write it. That's how I usually see it. But I've seen some people kind of do it on that E at the end, and I have no idea why. It actually it feels bad to see it. Like my brain is like, no, that doesn't work. So I don't know. Some people, yeah, will also draw out maybe instead of the vowel, you could draw like in lame where you draw out the M. It's a bit better, and there's cases like this, like right, where it's literally basically just as like So that's kind of all it is, right? If you want to make it longer, you just add more M's. And so that doesn't look as bad if you like lame with multiple M's. But if we were to say it, it wouldn't be on the M. We wouldn't say lame. We would say lame. So yeah. I don't know. People are stupid. No. Okay, I guess New Yorkers do that. Do what? I'm so lost. What are we talking about? Is it the thing we were just talking about? Or oh yeah, it might have been the yeah, that's right. It makes sense. The and type thing. Yeah, New Yorkers might. It's probably a dialectical thing. Maybe in certain regions. As I said, it sounds to me kind of like it's northern around the Great Lakes area. So it could be up through maybe the northeast in there as well. Um, okay. Rodrigo Pera. Any voice sound for that matter? Okay, we say the second S in Estados Unidos as a Z, probably because it comes before a vowel sound. Estados Unidos. Estados Unidos. Unidos. I can see that. Um, Estados Estados Unidos. Yeah, because the O sound or the U sound, it's kind of more of an U sound, is voiced, right? Vowels are voiced, and then the U in Unidos is voiced. I have a very clear Spanish accent in that, but um, so it would make sense that maybe for some languages or for some speakers, when you have that combination, you just voice that middle consonant, even though in isolation, or just estados, right? It would just be an S. Um, Things like that can happen in languages. Yeah. Um, but just because it happens in one language doesn't mean it's going to happen in the other language. So that's why we got to open our ears and really focus on the speech. And that's really on. I mean, you're going to notice things that aren't standard. Like you guys have all kinds of questions for me and stuff, and that's fine. That's part of the exploration and learning. But when I say like here what's actually there, I'm talking about like within standard pronunciation, because presumably that's how you're learning how to speak, um, or how you want to learn how to speak. And if not, then okay, well, adopt whatever you want to adopt. But know that if it's not standard, if it doesn't sound normal or whatever, then you risk sounding potentially informal or uneducated or whatever it is. So they don't have the cut merger. Got the R there, merger, right? Their hot dog is very unique. The vowel in hot is not the same in dog. Well, there's actually quite a lot of variation in that area. Because like I think even like Boston, like there's the Bostonian accent, and then like literally like right next door, there's like another like slightly different accent. I'm not an expert on that for sure, but um, yeah, I think they say like hot, hot, hot. That's like the unmerged ah, or the unmerged ah, right? Hot, and then not all New Yorkers, but obviously like some people are gonna say like dog, hot dog, right? And they change this like whoa, whoa. I get this weird change that happens, which I think it sounds kind of cool. But I don't know if anybody would ever say like what dog, like that seems weird, or what dog, like that's even weirder. So it's um, I don't think New Yorkers have the merger. The merger you're going to find in the western half of the country, going more or less north to south. So it's like starting around maybe Colorado, and then going up and down. Um, Texas, of course, starts having their own little type of southern accent, but Arizona in the south, New Mexico in the south, um, up and down to the west coast, which is a lot of the country. It's at least a third of the country, really. Um, will not everybody necessarily, but that's where the merger usually is. And there's probably, I mean, there's variation here and there, and blah blah blah, and maybe there's some people in Florida who probably have the merger because Florida is. I don't know. We would say we have a phrase, the redheaded stepchild, which is an unfortunate term for people who are redheaded and or stepchildren because it's not a good term. But and I got nothing against Florida, but a lot of people look at Florida as like the redheaded stepchild of the United States, where it's just like, okay, Florida, like all kinds of weird, crazy things happen there, and but I think some people in Florida have the merger also. So I don't know. I don't know. Do oh my god, I didn't get any notification. Unknown. I see you changed your profile picture. I was watching Rogan and Allen. 2 hours is about to end. Well, we're at 2 hours and 43 minutes here. You didn't get any notification. Blame YouTube. Blame YouTube. Because, which by the way, you guys definitely want to make sure if you want to see my videos, make sure that you hit the notification bell, which apparently like 43% of you aren't even subscribed to me. So I'm sure all the people here in the chat are probably subscribed because you actually care enough to come here and hang out and ask questions. But 43% of people that are watching my videos aren't subscribed. But make sure you hit the notification bell and that you click all updates, because even then, you still might not get notifications of live streams or new video releases, because apparently how the YouTube algorithm works, unfortunately, for some strange reason, they send out if I post a new video, they'll send it out to some subscribers. It's supposed to be all the people that say all notifications, but it doesn't always work that way. It'll send it out to some people, and then if those people watch the video, it'll send it out to more subscribers and non-subscribers, and start spreading it out that way. But just because you're subscribed, you may not actually get a notification from me. So just so you know, not my fault. Not my fault. Is it about to end? I don't know. I don't think so. We're on a good roll here, but I've pretty much caught up to the chat, so maybe. Can you pronounce clearly that and that's? Okay, so yeah. So you want clearly as in with a fully enunciated TH sound? Because I can also do it with a dental D, which is basically just like an unenunciated, lazy TH sound. So I'll do both. So first with a full, nice, clear TH. That. Now we probably stop the T at the end. That. But fully enunciated would be that. And then the second word, that's. Now this T can't stop because the T and the S are going to blend. We don't say that's. Okay. That's. If I do a dental, D for the TH because it's voiced, that's. Okay. So I hope that helps. So turn on the notification. It's on already. I normally would get a notification, but I was on YouTube. Yeah, as I explained, you won't always get it. So if you really want to make sure you don't miss things, then I try to schedule these like as soon as the live stream ends. I'll try to schedule the next one so I don't have to worry about it. So you'll be able to see when the next one is, and you can set your own reminder just in case. If you really want to make sure you don't miss it. God, these are no good warm. That sucks. It's like drinking warm beer. It's just bleh. But like warm beer, you drink it anyway. Anyway. Okay, so we are all caught up. Now that Unknown is here, I don't know if you have any questions or you just were coming to hang out. Can you respectively, I can respectively do a lot of things, respectively by enunciating and fast later on, toss, I'm going to toss it out. You want me to toss it out? Wait, okay, what? I think I understand your question, but the way that you stated it is not how to ask the question. So are you saying that you want me to say these two sentences with clear enunciation and then in a faster way? Because that's, or by respectively, do you mean in a respective manner? Because respectively could mean you do something with respect, or respectively could mean two things individually, like this goes to this and this goes to that. Yeah. Worded it weirdly. Yeah. So I'm really not sure exactly what the question is, so you can clarify that. I will answer the question. We got a comment. Okay, that was very informal what I just said, guys. So I said we got a comment. We got a comment. That is not proper English. That is a very informal thing. Instead of saying we got a comment, because I'm looking at my phone, I got some YouTube comments. You can informally play with the language. It's intentionally sounding uneducated. I don't know, like that may not make sense to you, but It's just a funny way to speak. We got the comment, and I'm saying we too. I got the comment. You guys didn't get the comment, so that's a whole other topic. Anyway, I don't mean with respect. I meant like in order. Wait, what? Oh, like okay. Well, so now when you say in order, I'm thinking in order to, and I'm like, in order to do what? But I think you're referring to what I was saying. Like this goes to this goes to that. Okay, I don't know. So you want me to clearly enunciate these sentences, and then you also want me to say them quickly, like maybe side by side. That's what I'm getting out of this. I don't know why toss is highlighted though, because toss is going to be pronounced the same no matter the speed. Okay. So the first one, so I'll say it clearly enunciated, and then I'll just say it fast and kind of lazy. I'm gonna toss it. Or sorry, out. I didn't see the out. I'm gonna toss it 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 out. You want, see, I could clearly enunciate the T on want, but that is so uncommon that it's like I resist doing that. My brain doesn't want to do it. Possible, but very unlikely. You want me, you want, so I'm going to do a stop there. You want me to toss them out? You want me to toss them out? Okay, so that's the enunciated version. You want me to toss them out? You want me to toss them out? You want me to toss them out? Yeah. So, and we're seeing some changes there, like them is probably going to reduce to like or m. Want, instead of saying like want me, doing a stop, it's like wami, wami. We're just completely ignoring the T altogether. There's not even a stop there anymore. Wami. The N, of course, disappears as well. Wami, wami, wami da, wami da, flap D, toss it out. See, and that's the other thing about clear enunciation is there's like, oh god, I'm gonna have to come up with this. Is gonna get so complicated. Like for example, okay, the it in toss, or the it in toss, the it in out. The it, I can't speak. Okay, good. Shadow, very nice. Yes, perfect. Now the the T in it in the sentence, I'm gonna toss it out. This is a really good example for you guys. If we want to get ultimately like all the way to super clear, perfect, enunciated speech, how it like it, you know, I don't even want to say should be because it's not even right. It's not even how it should be. But like if it were fully clearly enunciated, we would say t, right? We have push out a T sound. So gonna toss it out, toss it out. Right? Notice that also breaks the rhythm of English. Toss it out because we're taking extra time. That's one reason why things might change, or like we flap it or drop it or stop it or whatever it is, because it actually takes us more time to push out that T there. That's one good example of that. But when I said like I'm gonna toss it out, here we have the conditions to flap the D, and although technically we could push out a T in the enunciated way, the standard enunciated way would include the flap D here because it's just so super common and likely. The full pronunciation, or even the stop in this particular case, is like such a small chance. Like you really have to have like manipulating, like I'm gonna toss it out. If you do that, you can push out that T or maybe stop it. I'm gonna toss it out. And you have a reason to be using that type of rhythm in the context, right? Like you want to make it very clear to the person, no, it doesn't matter what you say, I'm going to toss it out. Notice I'm saying going to. I could still say gonna, but it's more likely I'm gonna unreduce those, going to toss it out. But under the normal flow, even if I'm not speaking super fast, the flap D in it out is still considered enunciated because the alternative, the actual T and the stop T, are so unlikely here, and that that regular T would actually take so much time and extra effort, especially with the speed, that it's not even applicable really. So I think there's a useful distinction to be made between like full perfect enunciation, like the sound that it's supposed to represent, a T in this case, and then sort of like normal enunciation where in the normal rhythm and normal flow, just because it's a T doesn't necessarily mean it would still become a T. And there are reasons for that. I know it sounds complicated, but something to be aware of. And then there's all kinds of other things that can happen where like we drop the sound or whatever. But this is all part of the range and flow. Well, I want you guys to think of things as a range and flow. You take these rules that you're learning about what can happen with this sound, what can happen with this connection, what can happen here and there, and you start to see, oh, in this case, two different things could happen depending on how I say it. And it sounds complicated, but you get used to it. It's just a lot of information. Think of it as a range and flow. Okay, so now as I was explaining that, we got a bunch of new comments. Yay! Do you change between dental D and normal D easily? Absolutely. It's impossible for me. I've been training, but it seems impossible to make without speaking, not speeching. Speaking like a slug. A slug? A slug or a thug? I don't know what a slug would sound like. I guess that's a slug. Well, that tells me that maybe you don't have maybe you have a decent enough understanding of the difference between the two, but maybe you don't have a clear enough understanding, because I know obviously I'm a native and they're black and white to me. It's easy for me. But they're in completely different positions. Now, see, you could technically do a dental, like a sort of like a dental D like sound from the normal D position if you just flatten your tongue up there. But it's called a dental D because it's gonna be flatter and you're gonna be at least partially touching the teeth. Where the normal D, you can't be flat. The very tip of your tongue in the normal T and D up here, not touching the teeth, no touching of the teeth, 100%. No touching of the teeth, very important. Normal T and D up here on that bump behind your teeth. And the very, very tip of your tongue, like the tip of your tongue, it should probably be a little bit flat pressed up there, right? And you're creating the seal so you can block the air and then release it. Duh, duh, right? But it shouldn't be like the whole front of your tongue is flat. That's too much. That's going to flatten the sound and make it sound more like a dental D, even if it's farther back. Okay. So the biggest difference between the two isn't the position necessarily, although that is important. It's how much of your tongue is flat on the top. If it's the whole front of your tongue, you're going to flatten out the D sound and it's not going to sound like an English D. Okay, even if it's back here. If you're straight up like this and you say like d, d, that's going to be a little too sharp, or t, 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 t. It causes a distortion with the side of the tongue that doesn't sound normal. That sounds like Indian from like India, like I do, or give it to her, to, right? And that's how a lot of Indian speakers speak. And Sedent says it sounds more like a southern Indian accent. Because that's what they do with their tongue. In American English, we don't do that. Okay, so you don't want it to be straight up like this. You don't want it to be flat like this. You want just that tip of your tongue, instead of being like this, it's just a little bit flat, not touching the teeth. That's the D, the normal D. As soon as you get flatter, preferably moving it onto the teeth, at least a little bit, then you're going to flatten out the sound and make it more dental sound. D, 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 D. And they sound quite similar. It's true. But the actual physical reproduction of them is very, very different. Okay. So I think maybe that might be the missing little link you have, is you don't quite have a solid differentiation of that key element of what you're doing with the front of your tongue. That might be it. Unknown Canadians say the out so weirdly. So yeah, out. something like that. I'm gonna goat, eh? I'm gonna goat. Go out into the forest. That sounded a little bit something else. I don't know. I'm not Canadian. Rodrigo, I heard once, this is risky, but that is riskier. Yeah, with a huge stress on the part. Okay, is that a common way of emphasizing those comparative words at the end of a sentence? It doesn't necessarily matter if it's at the end of a sentence. See, and this is a super, super interesting and important point that I haven't talked about yet on the channel. There's a relationship between the rhythm and stress. Particularly, we'll keep it simple to say stress. There's a relationship between the stress and grammatical function. Okay. And sometimes it's super easy to see. Like we know to, right? To, do as a helping verb, not a main verb. You, right? These commonly reduce to the schwa sound. To, yeah. Because they're super, super common. They're already unstressed, small little words, right? And so it makes sense that if, they're not stressed and they're really common, likely will reduce them. Not all words do that. Like in doesn't reduce. Maybe you can reduce it, but we usually think of it as in. Anyway, point is that can seem very obvious in some aspects, but here, right? The purpose of this sentence, if you say, well, this is risky, but that's riskier. Okay. The purpose of the sentence is to say that something has more risk than something else. Notice I just said something has more risk. I didn't say something has more risk. Something has more risk. Something has more risk. I'm adding emphasis there. And of course, risky is a word where instead of saying more, we add the er, the or part of more, or the part of more, to the end of the adjective to make it the comparative. And we still have that same function, but instead of saying more risky, we say riskier. Okay. And so the grammar is to make the comparative. And you don't have to say it that way. You need a reason. Like I can say, well, this is risky, but that's riskier. This is risky, but that's riskier. That's just a normal way to say it with no special emphasis. But if I have a special reason, like maybe I just want to really emphasize that it's really risky, like really, really risky, then I could say, well, that's riskier, right? Or we don't always do it that way, though. That's a common link to the grammar, right? Based on the grammatical function that gets the extra emphasis. But I could say, for example, like, oh, well, this is risky, but that's even riskier, okay? And so now I'm saying even, and then risk, which is where the normal stress is. If I say like, well, this is even riskier, you could say that, but now it sounds like you're really, really emphasizing with the even, where even riskier sounds like riskier. It's just like an alternative way to say it. Because the even is already amplifying, and so we don't need to amplify the part, the more part. We can just amplify the risk because that's the main idea. So it's just like if I say more risky, or more risky, more risky, more risky. You could do different things. Anyway, I think you get the point. Is it a common way to emphasize when you have the er ending or the more, the comparative? I don't know if we always do that, but it's a standard thing that you can do to really emphasize the comparative part rather than the word, right? If you want to emphasize the risk and it just happens to be more risk, you probably put it on riskier. But if you really want to emphasize the more part, then you'd put it on the Well, it's riskier. So, and there is also contextual details, maybe if you're clarifying, like, oh no, I was saying that this is riskier than that. I wasn't saying that was riskier. This is riskier, it's whatever. Depends on what you're saying. My brain does not do good with specifics on the fly. That's one of my weaknesses. So, infamous, I'm trying to speak normal. I'm not speaking fast, but my tongue stays in the same position. It doesn't switch well. Like in the phrase that I sent to you, past tense with a T, sent to you, the day that they did that. It's very, very tricky. Y at the end. I hear it better, but yeah. So you're listening as a proof, and that's usually how it goes, right? You train your ears so that you can perceive the sounds, and then you can better perceive what you're doing with your tongue. And it goes both ways, of course. It's they help each other, but generally the perception, if you can't perceive something, it's hard to produce it, right? Um, so that's good. That's a step in the right direction. That's fantastic. So you're saying your tongue stays in the same position. What that sounds to me is you've already built up. This is a common problem for intermediate learners and advanced learners who are trying to improve their pronunciation. Um, you probably have some muscle memory built up that is in the way. So think of, right, your brain, every time you learn like a new behavior, a new skill, whatever. That's why your brain, well, it's very simple. Of course, I'm not a neuroscientist, but your brain gets wrinkly because it learns new things, right? You're creating new pathways and all this stuff, and very simple, I know. But anyway, think of it as, this is how I think of it. It's like a river, right? So if you have water and the water is flowing this way, right, and that's the path. That's like there's lower ground here, higher ground here, so the water flows here, right? Well, if you've been speaking English, and like let's say for example that you've always done, like say if you're a Spanish speaker, for example, you have a dental D, right? And you say the all the time. That's the D that you use. And then now you're learning English, and you have to learn how to make an English D. Okay, so what's going to happen is that obviously if you don't pay attention to it, you're not going to do a regular D. But even if you are trying to do a regular D, at first, right, the water is already flowing here. The path is already made in your brain, right? And so your muscle memory is going to go to that D, right? This is this is the big reason why pronunciation is not improved in conversation, unlike speaking skills. Like you have to speak to improve your speaking, but you have to isolate and break down and build back up, right? The sounds and the flow and all this stuff in a very mechanical way to improve your pronunciation. Because if you don't spend conscious attention, paying attention to the details and putting them together, it's you might get some improvement in your speech. It depends if you have a natural talent for it or not as well. But generally, pronunciation is improved outside of conversation. And it's partially because of this, because you already have muscle memory for another language, right? So, and I don't know if this is your exact problem, it doesn't matter, but I think you're having maybe a muscle memory issue. And the way that you fix that is by zooming in. It's going to take some time, but you very consciously keep playing with it, right? You keep trying to do duh. Maybe spend some time just doing the English D, and like going back and forth between the two, whatever it is. But you have to play with it and make sure that you're making little changes, little micro adjustments, preferably getting some feedback from time to time. Recording yourself can give you, it's kind of magical because you think you can hear yourself, but when you record yourself and you listen to it again, you're like, oh wow, like I didn't realize I was doing this. It's pretty amazing, actually. So recording yourself can help. It's not guaranteed to make you hear things that you can't hear, but it can help a lot. And so these are the tools that we use, and you're trying to take the water that's flowing here, which is fine in your language, or whatever. But for English, you're trying to sort of dig out a new path for the water to flow, right? So you'll still have this path, right? Because it's already there. But for English, you want the path to branch over this way to do like this D instead of this D. So how do you dig that out? Well, as I said, you practice it, you play with it, right? That's how you reinforce these pathways in your brain. And it's like digging a new path for the water to flow. But it takes work and it takes conscious effort, right? You can imagine the water's already flowing one way very nicely. So you have to get out your shovel, dig a new path, right? And then once that water is flowing and the path is big enough for water to just flow easily, then you have that new muscle memory, right? And it's not a problem anymore. So we're all caught up. Yay. 3 hours. Totally makes sense. No problem. No problem. Okay. I don't know. It's 3 o'clock, a little over 3 o'clock here. I don't know if we have any other questions. Exactly, that's my struggle. I forget my old path and create a new one. I'll try to reinforce it. Yeah, there's all kinds of strange things that can happen as well. But just as long as you're paying conscious attention, you're playing with it regularly, and you're putting in that work consistently enough, it'll come. It'll come. Again, feedback can be super, super important. So that might be another missing link where you need to get feedback from somebody. We talked about that earlier. You can go to my Patreon, or you might be able to find a tutor on italki who can just tell you if you sound good or not. I don't know. Okay, it's not necessarily a question. I should probably take my therapist's advice on this, but I thought I'd bring it up since I remember you saying that you're an introvert. Yes, I am. Very much so. And we would say this is not necessarily a question, not that. Because if you say that's not necessarily a question, it sounds like you're pointing to something else that was mentioned. But if you're going to introduce it, you say, like, this is not necessarily a question. I'm inherently introverted, like to the point I'm called socially awkward among certain friends. I don't like to talk even in my native language, but when it comes to language learning, I have to talk about something regularly. But when I do, I don't even enjoy it. Not because it's the English language, but the fact that I'm talking to somebody or someone. I'm kind of lucky to have found out about shadowing. I know that it's not enough, but is it any close to speaking at least? Okay, good question. So I see where this is coming from. So first, I will say, like, I probably come across, at least at this point, like in the live streams, like I'm just chatting with you guys, pretty relaxed and whatever. You probably noticed in my early videos, like I saw one of my early videos the other day and I was just like, oh my God, like it's so uncomfortable to watch. Like, I'm sorry. I don't know how you guys sat through that and ended up subscribing to me, but here we are. That's camera shyness, which is a related thing, but in real life, like, I don't like talking to people either. I hate talking on the phone. I hate talking to strangers, people, new people, or even somebody who, like, I met before and I have to talk to them again, like, and it's really funny because I'm an English teacher. Like, at some point, certain points, I have to bring on new students, but I hate meeting new people, right? So it's like part of my job where it's like, and it's not that bad. It's like I'm super nervous and awkward at first, but I've done it so many times where I'm just like, okay, let's get it going, facilitate the conversation. Okay, now I know this person a little bit, not so bad. So you cope with it, but I'm the same. Like, I'm not as bad as I used to be, but I used to be extremely socially awkward. I still can be quite socially awkward, but I've managed to kind of figure out a bit about how to push through that. But I really hate talking on the phone. Like, I don't like calling people. It's like such a big. It's physically painful for me to call somebody because I hate talking on the phone. Usually, sometimes it's not that big of a deal, but anyway. So to your question, not question. I see why you phrased it that way. Shadowing. Basically, the question is, does shadowing help with speaking, or maybe help to replace? I can't speak. Replace speaking to some extent. This is a tough question, and I don't have a 100% answer on this. I have my ideas. I have certain experiences and stuff. But when you're shadowing, I mean, if you're just, focusing on a particular sound, you're trying to find a sound, you're not really speaking, right? So, I mean, that's going to affect your speaking, but that's not speaking. So that indirectly, yeah, but it's not actually going to replace your speaking for sure. When you're getting into shadowing, like phrases, or even like, the linking between two words, or you get into the rhythm, you get into the flow of things. You're trying to match that stress pattern and all this stuff. Um, you are as you're becoming familiar, this is one reason why it helps benefit your speaking and your listening, is because even though you're not actually talking to somebody or even talking to yourself necessarily, you are producing the language. Now you're focused on the physical mechanics of producing and perceiving the language, um, but that still underpins the speaking. And you don't have to do that in order to start speaking, of course, but it helps. Um, and so I do think personally that it can help you get into the flow of a language, get into the rhythm of the language, be able to sort of start spitting words out more easily without having to think about them so much. That's partially a grammar vocabulary problem, but obviously, like if you're focusing on these words, you know what these words are, and you're getting used to, saying them maybe slow at first and then putting them together quickly, you're building the ability to string the sounds in that language together in a quick and easy way that you don't really have to think about once you have that built up. And so I think that it makes the process of learning how to speak a lot easier because you don't have to worry about the physical mechanics of it. You can focus because normally, right, what most people do, they have to focus on the grammar, they have to focus on the vocabulary. They're like, oh, what is this word? I don't know. And and then on top of that, they have their pronunciation, which either might make them self-conscious, which makes the problem worse. It might make them unable to say certain words clearly, which makes the problem worse. And they're just not used to saying words in that language or saying sentences in that language. So it's even harder um, if you don't even know physically how to use your mouth, right? Um, and so I think it helps you get used to the process of physically producing the language, which is a huge thing, but it doesn't replace speaking itself, right? Because what you're doing when you're practicing pronunciation, you're like technically you don't have to know the words, but obviously that helps. So you're probably working with like words and sentences that you more or less understand, and you're putting these pieces together in detail. There's not I mean, and you might be focusing maybe on some variation and how certain things can be different, but it's really mechanical. That's the downside, right? It's super beneficial to get that foundational mechanical basis, but the downside is that the actual skill, whether that's speaking or playing a musical instrument or whatever, um, just because you have that physical mechanical foundation, actual speech, right? You could say any word at any particular time. Like, obviously, I'm not going to sit here and be explaining something and then magically just say the word car out of nowhere. um, but, speech is dynamic, speech is fluid. Um, and depending on what I want to say, depending on how I want to say it, depending on if I know the words to say, right? And there's more than one way to say the same thing. Words that mean the same thing. So it helps, but it's not a complete replacement. Now, one thing that can help you, in addition to that, or even just by itself, is to speak to yourself. There are ways to do that. Um, and I don't remember if I mentioned that to you. I think I did. But I've mentioned this guy a few times. He's a polyglot. He's like the most recent polyglot that I found. Can't think of his name right now. I want to say Robin McPherson or something like that. That doesn't. I think that's an actor. Something similar to that. I don't remember. Um, but he talks about his interview method and how he talks to himself to build up the basics of a language and get used to like putting the grammar together and this and that. And so there are things that you can do. You don't actually have to talk to another person. It's ideal to have a conversation partner that you can speak with, but it's actually not required. Um, you do, just like with your pronunciation training, you do probably want to get some feedback here and there, make sure that you're kind of on the right track. Maybe become aware of some weaknesses that you don't know about. That's always useful in any skill. Um, but it's just like the guitar. Like if I sit here and I'm, maybe I'm following some tutorials, I'm not getting a lot of feedback. I'm just, practicing, I'm doing the things. I can get really good at the guitar that way. Um, if I had somebody to point some things out, it might be more beneficial, but it's not necessarily required, right? So there's a balance to it, but you actually don't need a conversation partner to practice speaking. Um, the problem usually I think for most people is like they either don't want to talk to themselves because it feels really weird and awkward, or they just don't know what to talk about with themselves, because it's like when you talk to somebody else, it's like, okay, they have their responses where you have to handle both responses. And for me that's easy because I do that all the time in English. In my own head I'm just always like I'm debating, or thinking about the nature of reality, or figuring out a lesson that I want to do or something, and I'm my stream of consciousness is naturally adapted to, like, well, what if this person says this, how would I respond to it? And so I'm constantly going back and forth in my own head. um, so it's not that hard for me. I just have to change it into another language. But the girl from English Fluency Journey, she had never been in an English speaking country. She sounds very good. Yeah, I think somebody mentioned her before. um, Let me check her out just by shadowing. Yeah, so there's also Luca Lampariello, which is one of the more famous polyglots in the online language learning community. He's Italian. He had never been to America, and I don't know if he's been to America yet, but he had never been to America at least, and he sounds American. I can notice a couple little details here and there that occasionally sound a bit off, but like if I didn't know he was Italian, I would assume that he was American, and just sometimes he says a couple words strange for some reason. Like he sounds American, and he did that through shadowing and pronunciation practice as well. So, um, let's see here, YouTube, English. What do you say? English fluency journey. English fluency journey. Okay, so this person. Let's see how she sounds. Okay. So, small little snippet. I listened to her for 20 seconds. Um, she does sound extremely good. She has an American sound for sure, but I can quite easily, like in the first like 5 seconds, I'm kind of like, oh, I don't really notice a whole lot. But as more time goes on, I get up to the 20-second mark, I start noticing a little detail here, a little detail there. Not necessarily that she sounds not American, but that she's using some sounds that maybe sound more regional in a way. I think Hadar does that a little bit too. But she sounds almost perfect as far as I can tell. But sometimes I hear Hadar, like it sounds maybe like she's, I don't know how to pinpoint it, but it's like maybe she sounds like her, either her parents came from another country and she grew up here and she has a little bit of an accent, or maybe she's like from like the Northeast or something, like just a little bit of something that it's like general American, but a little bit of something else. And this girl, the English Fluency Journey, she has like more of that. Um, so definitely doesn't sound what I would consider like general American or Western general American. But very, very good, extremely good. Yes, she has done a very, very good job. Um, and it could also be that that's the exact pronunciation she wants. Like maybe the way she's speaking is what she trained because she likes this particular variation of the sound or whatever. And you can always choose to do that, of course. But um, I wouldn't give her like a 100% score for sure, but close. Can you talk about the basics of shadowing? She also has a really good rhythm, which is important as well. She seems to have like a pretty much perfect rhythm. It's just some of the sounds are not quite there, or a little bit tweaked. little bit different. Can you talk about the basics of shadowing? I don't know a lot about it. Yes, I do have videos on it. Yeah, if you, I have one video. It's only like 2 minutes long because it was originally posted as two TikToks, like a two-part TikTok. If you type in like shadowing TikTok English hacks, it'll probably come up. But I also have a playlist for it. Um, and I have some sentences from TikTok. I'm going to be making more of those in the future. I haven't been, but where you can, it's kind of like an analysis, and you can sort of like shadow it. And I think I have some specific ones that are made for shadowing, where it's not an analysis so much, but uh, things. Yeah, the what I've put out on the channel so far about how to shadow is sort of like the basic general overview, um, with an emphasis on what I think is best, which is breaking it into the three pieces of sounds, linking, and rhythm, and practicing those as separate things that you then start bringing together um, as you move up. Uh, but because there's many different ways to shadow, like you talk to one polyglot, another polyglot, another polyglot. The basic idea is the same. You're mimicking, right? But there's not just one way to do that. And so you can also, I recommend looking up on YouTube like how to shadow, and specifically or how to mimic a language. The people that have influenced me that I'm aware of that I think have really great ideas on shadowing, but that I don't necessarily follow everything they say. I first heard about it from Professor Argelis, which you can find him on YouTube. Um, and he has a very specific way of shadowing where he walks back. He uses like dialogues, like beginner dialogues. It's more or less natural speech, but it's like a conversation, and he'll walk back and forth because that helps stimulate his brain and helps him focus. And he'll listen to like the one sentence and he'll try to like match it perfectly. There's Luca Bariello. He has a whole paid course on pronunciation that I bought, and I didn't learn a whole lot more than what I had either already known or had picked up from other people, because I developed some of my own ideas that happened to match with some other people. But that course was certainly super useful. I don't think it's cheap. You don't have to buy the course, but you can look up him on shadowing. I think he talks about it also. Idausa Ness, spelled Idahosa, but it's Idausa. Mimic method. He talks a lot about like using music and stuff to like bringing music into the shadowing and stuff like that. And he uses the same term I do, micro adjustments. I thought I created that term, and then I saw him use it, and I was like, oh, somebody else uses the same term. So I actually borrowed the term babbling from him. And then who else? There's one more person. I think Stuart J. Raj, if I remember right. I think that's his name. He's one of the lesser known polyglots. He seems to be kind of a genius on languages. Like he's super crazy, like talented at them. But if I remember right, he does talk a bit about shadowing and the way that he likes to do shadowing. So you can check out those people, and you'll probably get some interesting ideas and stuff. But you can also look at my stuff, and later I will be talking more about like some other shadowing tips and details and whatnot. Okay. Anyway, I do talk to myself sometimes. My dreams are in English. Very nice. That's a good point to be. I remember when my dreams started going into Spanish, and I was like, oh, it's so awesome. Except when somebody says something to you in your dream and you're not sure how to respond, and you're just like, oh, I feel so uncomfortable. And then you wake up and you're like, oh, it's just a dream. That's okay. Yeah, but I don't feel like I'm challenging myself enough with just myself doing it because I have the vocab limits at the end of the day. Okay. Technique. how to expand your vocabulary when you don't have somebody to practice with. Well, there's lots of ways, of course. Reading is a really good way, but of course, that's usually going to be most of that's going to filter into your passive vocabulary. So, how do you expand your active vocabulary, which you do by using the language, if you don't have somebody to speak with? There's actually a technique you can use, right? Now, it probably is true that you can only get so far talking to yourself, right? Um, But you mentioned you have the vocabulary limits, and you already seem to be at a pretty good point. So this technique is for beginners and intermediates. Advanced people could also use it too, but probably not as useful. Maybe you've heard of it before. I don't know if it has a name, but let's say, for example, you want to use every opportunity, right? Because once you already have a good base and you can kind of speak, a lot of words and stuff. You want to branch out into either particular topics or everyday things or whatever it is. So one thing you could do, for example, is let's say you're walking down the street, right? Now, normally, right, there's things around you that you probably don't even notice. There's cars and trees and people and houses and whatever. Of course, right now we also have a pandemic, and so you're probably not walking outside at all. But for the sake of the example, let's say you're walking down the street and you see a red car. And of course, car is a basic word, but just again, simple example. Let's say you don't know the word car. Okay. So you say, oh, I don't know that word. Right. So obviously, if you these days we have these nifty little things called phones that we can, look things up and more comments. So maybe you can pull out your phone, or you can write it down and look it up later. It doesn't matter, but you can pull out your phone. Is it okay? It was a translation because you know the word in your language. Oh, yeah, that was car, right? And then you practice saying, okay, how would I put that into a sentence? Right? You say, oh, I see a red car. Right? Now it's based on real life. You're not just trying to make up a thing, right? You actually see a red car, and you say that I see a red car, right? Um, and you can describe things you're doing. I'm walking down the street, and you say, wait, I'm walking down the street or up the street? I'm walking the street. And you say, I'm not sure. Oh, you have a hole in your understanding, in your vocabulary. You write it down. You ask somebody about it. Should I say up the street or down the street? Does it matter? Right. And so by trying to engage with the language, even if that's just talking to yourself, but if it's like describing things that you're doing or that you see or that are around you, putting them into sentences, trying to make your brain fully in English, like constantly, like it's just English mode, you're going to notice holes in grammar and vocabulary that you can then go and research and ask questions about and expand like that. So that can take you extremely far, extremely far. So there's different ways to do it. You don't have to just talk to yourself. You can engage with English in different ways, even without another person. Um, okay. What's his name? Sorry. What? I don't know who that's referring to. Um, okay. I love to see a perspective from things and accent and language itself. Can you? Did I say itself? That's weird. Itself. Can you type the name of the polyglot you said before? Luca Lampariello? Yeah, that's probably Luca. Um, I've mentioned a lot of polyglots before, but today, before I had written all those other ones, I think it was Luca specifically that I mentioned. There was that other guy, Robin McPherson. Double check, make sure that's actually his name. Robin McPherson. Language. Yes, Robin McPherson. Okay. So this is also, I don't know if he talked about shadowing, but this is the other straight link. Let me put a link. Hopefully you guys see the link. I'm sure it doesn't block me from doing links, but that's Robin McPherson. And you could find all these people on YouTube also. Sir J. Raj, I'm not sure if he has a channel, but you could definitely find him on YouTube. Stuff about him. Okay. Do you think one can forget their native language? Quick note, I don't know, just so everybody knows. So you said, do you think one can forget their native language? Perfectly fine, nothing wrong with it. Using one sounds a bit fancy and formal, which sometimes you might want that effect. It's okay. Normally, in modern English, we replace one with you. It's called the general you. So it's not you, it's just any particular person. So do you think you can forget your native language? The pronoun would also switch. Um, and I would understand from the context, you're not saying, do I think I can forget my native language? Like, do I think a person can forget their native language? Just a little fun note there. But let's say at the age of 18, you move to the country and you don't ever go back to your home country or talk to anyone in your native language. What'll happen after 10 years? So what'll the apostrophe, two L's. What'll happen after 10 years, Linus? Um, so that's a good question. And I think we have some cases of this, like this type of experiment of somebody who just naturally, like they moved to a different country and stopped using their native language for, 10, 20 years. Because I heard about somebody like that before. So I don't know for sure. It might vary from person to person too, but I don't think so because like not 10 years. If you spent maybe like, okay, let's say, I don't know, you had a good like 20 years in your native language, and then like I moved to Japan, right? And well, I mean, that's not the best example because Japan's learning English. But let's say, for example, my native language were Swahili or something, I don't know. And then I go to Japan, nobody's speaking Swahili, right? And so I'm just using Japan, I'm just using Japanese, never think in Swahili. Right? I try to like think in Japanese. I completely change my brain as much as I can in Japanese. It's just like everything just becomes so natural in Japanese. And I do that for, I don't know, 30 years. So then I'm 50 years old. Possibly, possibly. Especially if the language is so different. Um, but I think it would kind of be like riding a bike because there's the physical mechanical component to it and how it just comes out so naturally. So I think like literally, right? They say it's like riding a bike. So it's like if you learn how to ride a bike and then you don't ride a bike for a long time, you get back on, maybe you're a little awkward at first, but then it just comes back to you, right? It's that muscle memory. And I actually have that experience myself where, I mean, it wasn't 10, 20 years, but there was a period where I didn't ride a bike for like 6 or 7 years. And then I got on a bike. And at first I was like, but then it was like 5 minutes later, I'm fine. Like I'm back, standing, no hands, everything that I used to do on a bike. Um, so something like a language that you learn literally from like your first days of existence, you're constantly surrounded by it. It's part of you. So I would find it very, very difficult to forget it completely. You can probably get to a point where your native language is kind of starts to get buried and you kind of like it doesn't come out as well and you have to sort of like start speaking it again and it'll come back, like you're not going to lose it. It's just going to sort of like go dormant, maybe, but I don't know. I can't say for sure. Either way, definitely not in just 10 years. 10 years would not be long enough. Okay, Wendell, hello Wendell. If I want to adopt a general American accent or pronunciation, do I have to be a non-Cot-Cot merger, or can I be a Cot-Cot merger? Well, use, not be. You wouldn't be the merger. That means you're a sound, which sounds very funny. But yeah, I'm glad you caught that. Bust stop. Because I saw that as I was answering the other question. I was like, yeah, we're gonna have to talk about that. So the Cot-Cot merger. This is an excellent, excellent, excellent question, and it's a point that I have pointed to, but I don't think I definitely haven't made like a lesson. I don't think specifically addressing this or a short video. I think I'm going to. So the Cot merger, as I said, is primarily as far as I know, it's primarily a Western American thing, but Western American English is still classified under the umbrella of General American English, right? And the reason for that is because the Cot merger is probably the single biggest difference. There's a couple other differences, like I know the ing ending If it's not a core part of the word, like sing, ring, thing, but it's like the added ing, like walking, um, many Western Americans, including myself, instead of saying ing, walking, will say in with a regular n, in, walking. And that's another thing that's different. But the reason why it can still be under General American and why most people who speak General American won't even notice that. Like they might notice a little bit here and there depending on the person, like if maybe if they've studied it or they studied another language, but the average speaker who's just listening to you speak, I'm not going to notice the way they say things. They're not going to really notice the way I say things for the most part, right? Because most of these differences, like most of these major differences between Western and non-Western, uh, the actual resulting sound is so similar that it's hard to notice if you're not actually listening for it. Like I never in my life until very recently heard someone say "aw" in American English. I thought it was a British thing. Like I always described it as a British sound because it sounds British to me. But now I know that there's the unmerged sound, and there's ah, which is farther forward, and aw, which is farther up and has a little bit of lip rounding. Um, and now that I'm aware of it, now that I've directed my ears to hear that difference, I'm starting to hear, you know, like let's say on Friends, TV show Friends, or other things that I've heard people speak before, and all of a sudden they're using this "aw" sound that I never heard them use in the past because my brain was filtering it based on my dialect of a very, very similar sound. And it goes both ways. So your question, if you want, basically you're saying if, because you want to sound neutral, right? You want to have a neutral general American sound, right? You don't want to sound like you're from the South or like you're, you know, from some region, just like what is this sort of standard American sound? And you're asking if you use the cot merger, will that make you not neutral? Will that sort of change your sound? And the answer is basically no. Because let's say okay, so we have cot, right? We'll just use these as the examples. It's hard for me to think of examples that have the unmerged cot and cot because they're just the same sound to me. But we have cot, which would be this one, cot, cot, cot. Okay. Somebody who speaks Western American, they will sometimes unmerge them and not realize it. Um, but we don't perceive it as unmerged. It's just something that can happen. But the unmerged version would be up here, right? Cot, cot. And then if you do this word, right, it would be up here, caught, 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 caught. And I'm not doing that perfectly probably because it's not the way that I normally speak. But what happens with the caught merger, this sound ah, which is the same symbol that we use for the merger, gets moved back. It's about the same height, but it gets moved back. Okay, so the mouth is open using the back of the tongue instead of the middle of the tongue. So it moves to the back of the tongue. The aw is a little farther up here, closer to like the start of the O position. And the lips are a little bit rounded, aw, aw. And that just moves down to meet this one here. And we drop the lip rounding. So ah, ah. Now, the difference in sound, whether it's a word that's up here or a word that's over here, the difference in sound is so small if I use the merger that most people won't even notice, and vice versa, right? People who don't have the merger, now I notice it because now I've been able to train my ears recently, directed my attention to that. But for all the rest of my life before this point, until recently, I never noticed it because the sounds are so similar. So if you learn how to speak like me, there are some people who speak Western American who have a bit of a regional thing, like people around the Silicon Valley or like the San Francisco area. They have some weird little changes where it's like mostly Western American, but they're starting to change some other little things. And so just because somebody is Western American, those things might start to be noticed by even other Western American speakers. Like they're saying salmon instead of salmon, S-A-L, the fish, S-A-L-M-O-N. They're saying salmon, which is sounds so bad, or almond instead of almond, or almond, something like that, where they're saying the L. Well, almond, not almond, right? And it's okay. There's different ways to say the words. It's fine, but that is something that stands out. Where most Western Americans, the things that changed um, don't create much of a big sound difference, and they don't tend to be noticed very much. Just like changing ing to een is very hard to notice the difference in sound because they're already very close, right? So if you learn how to speak like me, which is just a standard Western American accent, I do also have the California O, um, which I can do the regular O and the California O. You'll hear me use both, but I teach you guys the California O because it's actually a monophthong, not a diphthong, and you just have to add the moving rounded lips. O, 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 and you'll still sound perfectly fine. It's a hack. But aside from that, if you speak exactly like me, well, I mean, including that too, but if you speak exactly like me, you're going to sound neutral. You're going to sound neutral. Um, Another thing that I do is there's no R-colored schwa in Western American. So like hurry, 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 hurry. Um, Now I'm starting to hear that from some other speakers in other parts of the country. I never noticed it before, but I say hurry. Like there is no R-colored schwa in Western American. It's just the regular vowel, which is so much easier for you guys. And it still sounds natural because the difference between hurry and hurry, 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 it's so small. Um, Maybe that's something that might be picked up from somebody else, and it's like, oh, like maybe they'll say, "Are you from the West or something?" But I would be surprised because the brain is going to filter the difference. So yeah. Now that's provided that you're actually producing the proper sound the way that a native speaker would, right? Because if you still have a little bit of like you're a little bit off, or you're doing something a little bit different, like you're close to the sound but it's not quite, then you're not going to sound neutral because you don't quite have the right sound in the language. So that's another thing to keep in mind as well. But yes, I strongly believe that Western American is still considered neutral. It's still considered General American, which is why I say Western General American and non-Western General American, because the differences are so close in sound that it doesn't really matter. And I know some people are going to disagree with me on that, but that's my perspective. If you want to use the unmerged and you can. There's nothing wrong with it, but there's no need. This particular point is very hard for people to hear the difference between, so I would definitely recommend the merger personally. Okay. I do that sometimes unintentionally. Say I'm waiting at the bus stop. My brain is automatically like, was it on or at? And I look it up and learn. Yeah, good. So perfect. So you're already in the right learning mode. So you want to do that. Now, of course, the downside is sometimes you'll find resources that maybe are conflicting or that, whatever. So, but you have to, you can't just like not use resources because two different resources say different things. That's when you bring a question to somebody, right? Wendell, sorry, it's Wander again. Please call me Wendell. Oh, okay. You changed Wander to Wendell. Good. Okay, so not a new person. No problem. Sedent. Took me a second to acknowledge your existence. I apologize. But yes, how are you? Thank you for joining us. We are 3 hours and 47 minutes in. When you made the comment, we were probably not at that point. And yes, unknown bust is a completely different thing than bus. If you want to know for anybody who doesn't know what bust means, it has several different meanings, but you can look it up. So it's interesting. That's coming very good. Well, you're welcome. Joe Franco. She's Brazilian, but she moved to the U.S. when she was little. If you say since, it sounds like she moved constantly. Like she's been moving to the U.S. since she was little, and she hasn't got here yet. So when she was little, So she moved to the US when she was little. She learned Portuguese first, of course, but she kind of was forced to learn English since she was little. I don't know if she has an accent in English, but she has one in Portuguese, or she does in Portuguese. She kind of forgets or forgot. Those are two slightly different meanings, but how to speak Portuguese, and Portuguese became or has become probably her foreign language. I don't know, but she definitely has an American accent. I haven't heard of her, no. Um, an American accent in Portuguese. Okay. So, well, if she has an American accent in Portuguese, and she probably has like a very good American pronunciation, but who knows? Maybe she has a mix both ways. Um, let's see. Is she on YouTube? Can I find her on YouTube? Joe Franco. I always like doing sound tests for people because like I can just pick up things so easily usually. Joe Franco. Let's see. Okay, so 45 seconds or so. I skipped ahead a little bit. This is 20 seconds or so, 20, 25 seconds of listening to her. Even looking for things that I could spot, I'm not picking up anything. So I would say like she sounds 100% American. So this is probably a case where, see, because if your native language doesn't root strong enough, um, and you pick up sort of like a second native language, like you're forced to learn another language at an early age, and you stop using that language, it doesn't have a chance to root enough, and you'll probably maybe have like some of it. Like if you say if you try to bring it back in your 20s, and like you that was your first language that you started, but you didn't speak it for 15 years, or something like that. There's probably going to be little things here or there. It'll probably be a little easier to pick it up than somebody who didn't start their life speaking that language. Um, but yeah, you can lose it at that early age and completely adopt the sounds of another language, because the brain is still very pliable and flexible. So at that young age, basically the brain said, "Oh, I need these sounds in this language," where before it was those sounds in that language, and so I'm just going to start getting rid of the connections for that one because nobody's using it. I don't need it. I'm going to use this one instead. So, um, and it's a little complicated because I'm sure her parents, still speak Portuguese, and so it's not like she never spoke Portuguese. But being surrounded by English, um, and the English TV and this and that, whatever. Obviously, she picked up a very solid American accent. Um, and then you're saying she has a bit of American accent in her Portuguese, so things got a little jumbled in the Portuguese part. That can happen. That can happen. She was little changes everything. Yeah, we have an 18-year-old here. Exactly. Yeah. Um, let's see. I knew some people that were that old, and they acquired an accent for sure. Yeah. So that can happen after 10 years. After 10 years. Yeah. I want to forget my language for good. Well, I don't know. I mean, I guess you can have reasons for that, but that seems a bit extreme. I won't just not mind. I actually want it to happen. Well, okay. um, I know a specifically person. Can't remember her channel. So specifically know a person, or I know a specific person. That's it. I know a specific person because specifically is an adverb. So I specifically know. But I can't remember her channel. She moved to the US when she was 14. Her native language decreased. She takes more time to formulate phrases. She has an accent too. Yeah. Um, yeah, these are all normal things that can happen, right? Basically, it comes down to, it doesn't matter if it's your native language or not. Like if, I mean, after a certain point, if you've been doing it for 15, 20 years, probably not going to go away. But um, basically use it or lose it, right? Use it or lose it. And some things will be very rooted in your muscle memory and whatever, and it can take a long time for things to go away, right? Like you don't just forget how to do something overnight. Um, so it can happen. But anyway, thank you for your videos. No problem. Maria Cristina Molina. Yes, Maria Cristina Molina. Either Spanish or Portuguese, I'm sure. One of the two. Or maybe not. But yes, thank you. Sorry, it took me a second to get to you. But yes, you're very welcome. I'm glad I can help. People say that Americans like the Brazilian accent. Do you think this is true, or that Brazilians just say this to other Brazilians for they just don't fear speaking? So that common problem. Yeah, because you're thinking like para. Yeah, so that in this case it doesn't translate as for. So they don't just, or so they just don't fear speaking English. No, I think a lot of Americans do like the Brazilian accent. I like the Brazilian accent. I think it sounds cool, especially in Spanish. Like, I mentioned this before at one point, I know, in one of the live streams, but like, it's so funny because like, after having explored Spanish and a little bit of Portuguese, but my favorite Spanish accent is the Argentinian accent, which I know a lot of Spanish speakers don't like for various reasons. I don't really know why. Is just I guess it sounds bad to them or whatever. But I love the sound of the Argentinian accent. And then, but my favorite accent in Spanish is a Brazilian Portuguese accent. Because I had a friend who was a native Portuguese speaker who was trying to get her green card in the U.S. and she spoke Spanish pretty well, and she was taking a Spanish class with me. It was a class for native speakers of Spanish, and we were the only two non-natives in the class. And just her accent when she spoke Spanish was just like, I don't know, I just love it. It's like the perfect combination, it's like Spanish with a Brazilian Portuguese accent. I don't know, it's amazing. But no, a lot of us like the Portuguese accent. And I think a lot of people think it sounds like an exotic form of Spanish, like a Spanish accent, because you have more sounds. And you tend to add sounds that aren't there, like adding E to the end of words that don't actually have them. So I don't know. Alexei, hello, welcome to the chat. Is it okay to use trilled, not thrilled? There's no H there. It's a trilled R in the word through. Is it okay? Not in American English. No. There are some British accents that do that, where they actually use a trilled R. So they'll say like through, or I don't know, thrice, whatever it is. I don't know, but they might sort of tap their R. That is not a feature of American English. Not a feature of American English. We do not have a trilled R ever. Ever, 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 ever. The closest thing we have to a trilled R is a flap D, which is extremely close to a trilled R. Right? What is? It's very, very similar sounding. But for the R sound, it will never be trilled in English, especially not American English. It's going to be through. You could use a dental D or a dental T, since it's a voiceless TH. You could use a dental T for the TH sound, say through, but it's not through. No. It's a good question. Hello from Iowa. Well, hello, Oksana Poles. If you're still here. Took me a second to get to you. I apologize. I'm always so slow in getting to this stuff, which is why I get behind in the chat. But thank you for joining us. Yeah, my analytics tell me, it doesn't tell me who watches or this or that, but it tells me countries. And I actually have quite a few viewers in the United States, which I find very interesting because you guys learn English. I know a lot of you are here in the United States, but I would expect there to be not as many of you. It might be the part of the YouTube algorithm. It's pushing it out to people in the United States because that's my geography. So maybe that's why it's disproportionate and whatever. But Oksana is still here. Yay. Okay, good. If you have any questions, feel free to ask questions and whatnot, or it's what we're here for. Although we're going on 4 hours. So, the longest we've gone is like, I think 6.5 hours. So pretty soon here, we're going to pack it in, as we say. But we're not quite there yet. We can keep going. I wish I had great diction, not A, though that would make my English sound so much better and beef up my confidence. Yeah, it could. Well, work on it. Easier said than done, I know, but that's the answer. You work on it, right? Let's see here. Wendell. So a cot merger is a person. Okay. So I have a bit of a grammar problem. So a cot merger, which is actually the cot merger because it's the one cot, it's the one merger. The cot merger is a sound, not a person. The grammar just makes it sound really funny here. You would say a person who uses the cot merger blends both sounds. That's how you would say that. A person who uses the cot merger blends both sounds. You can look at it that way, yes. It's not blending in the way, like, if we say, I don't know, like, is that you, right? I say, oh, is that you, right? That's you. T and the Y can combine into ch. That's a blending. It's not a blending or a mixing like that. But in a way, when you look at it, because this symbol, this sound, about this height, going up to down, went back, and this one, which was higher, came down to sort of meet it right there. It in that way, it's kind of like it's blended. You're not trying to like take two individual sounds and blend them into a new sound, but it's kind of like that happened. It's just one sound. Okay, it's not like half and half. It's just one sound in the merger. But when you look at the unmerged version, it's kind of like you're taking the two and putting them into one. That's why it's called a merger, because they're merging together. So don't think of it as half and half as in two sounds together. It's just one sound. But it was two sounds. And other people who don't have the merger, they have it as two sounds instead of one sound. See, the way that we explain things can be very important. The way that we describe things can be very important. So I just want to make that clear to avoid misunderstanding. Because remember, it's very, very important that in the merged there's no lips, right? So, because you would think if you actually blended the two sounds, that this would move back, this would move down, but we would keep the right? So it'd be like oh. It's definitely not that. Okay, so no lips. We're gonna just relax the lips. So the lip part of the unmerged sound up here, just completely disappears. Okay, so make sure that that's clear as well. Anyway, can you look up Haley Sani? See, because English doesn't have a phonetics writing system, I don't know if that A should be pronounced or like Sani, Sani's, like, I don't know. And I'm a native speaker. So everybody's retracting messages. You guys don't have to retract messages. It's fine. There are no stupid questions. Don't worry about it. You can retract messages. It's your choice, but no need to. She was born and raised in my country, but always lived in different countries and moved back and forth. Now lives in the States for several years. So probably now has lived in the States for several years, or just lives in the States. They speak their native language at home. What do you think? Hi. So Haley Sani. As soon as I hit that S, she popped up. Hey, Sammy.
Excuse me, sir. Get out of here. Ooh, but I'm looking for perfume. I just want it to make me smell expensive. However, it's fallen on a budget. It's also in your DNA. Scentbird is perfect for you. Scentbird is a fragrance subscription box. You get to test out new fragrances every month. You have so many different perfumes from designer brands to choose from for like a fraction of the price. Subscription service sounds scary, but they're actually really
Okay. So about 15, 20 seconds of listening to that. She sounds perfectly American. 100%. I would not suspect her of not speaking or not being born here. So see, now you say she was born and raised in your country. Now how long? I mean, I don't know if you know when she left, but raised, I mean, that sounds like she was there for a while. Um, moved back and forth. So okay, she's in and out. She's clearly using the language, right? And then now she's been in the States for several years. So it sounds like you would expect that maybe she has some sort of accent, but she doesn't. And of course, I can maybe listen to her for a minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. Maybe I'll start picking things out. It's like with Luca. Like if I listen to Luca, usually it's like a couple minutes before I notice something. So possible, but I think she's a really good example of what is possible for you guys, and unknown in particular, since she's from your country, that you can be born in a completely different country, raised in a completely different country. I don't know if she had any English influence growing up when she was younger. That could maybe be a factor. But if she didn't, um, it's possible to develop a native accent, right? Um, so, good example. I think the way that your voice sounds has an influence on, um, or you could just say how your voice sounds influences whether your accent will sound appealing to someone's ears. That, yeah, I mean that's true. 'Cause some people just don't like the way certain people sound. That's true. Uh, um, I suppose if say if that person had a different accent and they spoke the same way, then it wouldn't be so much that I don't like the accent, it's that I don't like the way they sound. So I think that's kind of independent, but I mean, yeah, if I'm listening to just a random person and listening to their accent, it could maybe be, maybe they sound weird. But sounding appealing is one thing, right? Can you tell if they sound like American or if they sound British or if they sound whatever? Um, that isn't really going to be affected so much by the voice. So like maybe nasally, for example, because like English isn't supposed to be a nasally language, but some people speak very nasally. Um, and so that usually just sounds kind of annoying to a lot of people. Um, so if you have a nasally voice, maybe that could impact people say, oh, he doesn't sound natural because he's too nasally. That might be a special case, but infamous, can you imagine? No, of. Um, Can you imagine any situation where I can omit the subject or pronoun of a sentence, or it doesn't happen at all? We got this question last week, I think. Too tired. Live stream over. No. Yeah, this is it's kind of a tricky topic. And I was gonna look this up too. There was an example in the last week. Okay. One example is just came to my head. Let's say it's such a random example. It's not a standard way to speak, right? If the I don't want to say the only time, but generally, if we can drop the subject, which could be a pronoun, uh, because there are times when we can do that. We're not officially supposed to, but there are times when we do that and it sounds fine. I don't want to say it's always going to sound informal, but it's probably always going to sound informal or not standard. It's like you're kind of manipulating the language a bit. It's not that it sounds bad, like it's still a normal way to speak, but it's not necessarily going to sound like the way like you would normally speak. But it's going to be subtle. So like for example, let's say I don't know, my roommate has some food and she wants me to try the food, and um, I try it, right, and I really don't like it. So instead of saying I don't like it, like maybe I'm like don't like it, right? I have this face. I don't even say I, right, because it doesn't matter about I's. I'm just like don't like it. Okay, that's possible, right? That's an example. Um, and not saying either sounds perfectly fine. You know, it's not grammatically correct, but it sounds fine. So it's a really tricky topic. I'm gonna have to look that up because this is the second time it's been asked. I'm really horrible thinking of specifics off the top of my head. I usually need to grab a resource, especially for certain grammar things like this. I have to grab a resource to kind of put things into my brain, and then I have something to work with. And I'm like, oh, that's why I ask you guys for examples, because if you can give me some examples, usually that gives me something to focus on, and I can take it somewhere. But without that, my brain is just like, I don't know. I got nothing. Can you explain the negative not followed by a verb and modal verb? In some phrases, I see not after to, like to not. Oh, yeah. That's the sentence structure. Hello, Meadow. Yes. Thanks, Josh. You are the most sincere English teacher. Well, thank you. I try to be. Transparency is my goal. Anyway, yeah. So, for example, like in order to not I don't know, be late for work, I should set my alarm. You know, something like this. It sounds a little bit formal, kind of stiff, but it's fine. In order to not be late for work, I should set my alarm. Okay. So, and I see, let me confirm this message here. Okay, I'm going to come back to that. Don't worry, Steve. I'm going to get to your message that hasn't shown yet. I haven't decided if I'm going to show it yet or not, but I'll stay in order. Don't worry. So in order to not be late, this is just the structure that we would use, right? In order to what? Okay, in order to do something. So in order to get to work on time, that's positive, right? In this case, if you want to make that negative, we need the not, right? Because not makes it negative. But because of the structure of the sentence, in order to verb, to make that verb negative, you need to add the not. And we add the not before the verb, right? Like I am not, or I do not. Usually do not becomes don't, but it's still do not do. I am not tall, or I am not walking, right? So we have that same word order, not verb, to make the verb negative. But in this case, before not is in order to. So it seems a little strange because usually there's some sort of subject. It's just the sentence structure, right? In order to not be late. So in order to not do something. And it doesn't have to be in order to, but that's one example. So it's really just an issue of the sentence structure and whether or not there is like a subject, because here there's not a subject before the verb. And we don't need one in the structure, right? And so you get what looks very strange, to not be late. It's just relatively uncommon compared to when we do have a subject before the verb, which is most of the time. So that's all it is. I hope that makes that clear. So I wouldn't worry about it too much, but when it could be useful to look up several different types of examples of that and just kind of like practice with those and maybe manipulate them and get used to it. But it's not something you're going to need, you know, every day. Um, in fact, it's something that you can probably completely avoid. Which, if you want to expand, you know, your ability, it's good to be able to do that. But instead of saying in order to not be late for work, you could say like because I don't want to be late for work, I should set my alarm. Right? It's not saying exactly the same thing in the exact same words, but it's the resulting meaning is basically the same, right? Because I don't want to be late. Or if I don't want to be late, or so that I'm not late, right? For the purpose of not being late. That sounds a bit much, but it works. So there's many different ways to say it, and it's only in this case that we have to say to not be. Um, okay. I think in high school time they moved. Okay, so talking about that other person from Turkey. So high school, I mean that's a good solid time in their native language. And again, who knows if they had English influence from when they were younger before they moved. Um, if so, that probably had an effect on their accent now, but that just makes it easier. It doesn't guarantee that that's the reason why they have a good accent. Okay, so Steve asked a question here. I'm really conflicted on whether or not I should show this. I'm going to not show it, but I'm going to answer the question. So Steve said, just curious, do you think it would sound strange if a non-native dark-skinned person used, and then he said the word, and then he put the word, and just because I'm uncomfortable, I'm going to hide that. But it's the N word. If you don't know what the N word is, you can look it up online. And if you don't know why it's a bad word and very controversial, you can read about it. It'll be good. It's part of American history. Good to know about. But the question specifically is if a dark-skinned person who is not native, not a native speaker, used it. I'm not completely sure because I am not dark-skinned. But based on what I have seen and based on my understanding of things, like even if a dark-skinned native, like say like somebody who is like they're Mexican or whatever, and like they sound American, right? Like they have no accent, they have no whatever, and they use that word. I've seen cases where the African American or African Americans in the situation were offended by it, because it's like, hey, you're not black, you're Mexican, but then I've seen African Americans who they have uh, non black friends, whether that's Mexican or even like white friends, and they allow, like, they're perfectly fine with those specific people, even if they're white, because they're close friends, using that word. Um, but only those people, right? Because they're sort of like considered part of the in group, and they're given permission to do it. So just because you're dark skinned, um, like if you have an accent, you're dark skinned and you use it. Like I imagine, like a since you're Portuguese, I imagine like darker skinned Brazilian person with like a Portuguese accent. Yeah, see, I just saw your thing here. I should have written N word. Yeah. But I imagine like a darker skinned Portuguese, like Brazilian Portuguese speaker with a Portuguese accent, saying that, like, "Hey, what's up, my," and then that, um, and maybe they'll just laugh because you have the accent. Like maybe it just might sound funny, but I can imagine that some of them would probably get offended because they're like, "Hey, like, why are you saying that? Like, you know, like." Like who the hell are you? You're just like some person from some other country. Like you can't use that word. So I don't know. Some people would accept it. Some people probably wouldn't. But I definitely wouldn't risk it. you know, because it can be extremely offensive. So I don't know. I'm probably not the best person to ask. um, okay, let's see. Do you ever say chunk to mean throw? Chunk that apple at me. Not chunk, no. We do have the word chuck, Chuck, instead of NK, chuck. And to chuck something is very simpler, I can't speak, very similar to throw. something. Um, it feels a little bit different, but it's a verb of throwing motion, right? To chuck something. Um, but throw is very general, but chuck sounds kind of like maybe like you're not really paying attention. You don't really care where it goes. You just, you know, whatever. Um, so I don't know if maybe in the South they say chunk because I don't think I've heard that. Maybe I just haven't noticed it, or if maybe you're hearing chunk and it's actually chuck. Uh, so I don't know. Um, Out of context, the word flows so well, though. Yeah, I talking about the N word probably. Yeah, but you shouldn't say it. Shouldn't say it. Okay, moving on. I probably didn't choose the best example of an example sentence. Yeah, that's okay. It doesn't matter. It did its job. Um, English students outside normally, wait, outside where? The country, uh, normally use the vocative, technical terminology. Usually use the vocative or expression to call teachers without saying their name by saying teacher. For example, teacher, teacher, I have the answer. Does it happen with American students in the USA? Very good question. Does it? I can imagine really young students, like maybe kindergarten, first grade, second grade. But after that, no. No, we would say like they're usually we do, Mr. or Miss, Mrs. whatever, and then their last name. So Mr. Smith, whatever. Um, so yeah, no. In fact, it feels kind of weird to me. Like I don't really care, but I have had some English learning students, who just refer to me as teacher, or they'll even call me Mr. Teacher. And it feels kind of weird because like as I said, if you're not a young child, like we don't do that, and so it kind of makes it again like I don't think we English teachers care so much because it's like, oh, it's like they're communicating, they're trying to get our attention. Like, it doesn't really matter that much. Like, you get the job done. Um, but it feels kind of like you're like you're a little kid, and it's just yeah, I don't know. It gives a weird feeling when you do that. So if you're clearly an adult and you say, "Oh, teacher, I think I have the answer," it's going to feel weird. um, Something to be aware of, but it's not that big of a deal. We don't usually care. Okay, infamous. It's kind of strange because we don't use black to refer to black people. We use the N word actually. Pronunciation is quite similar too, and it doesn't offend anyone. Using N word is the same as using black in America when skin color is the topic. Okay, interesting. I don't know. I have nothing to say about that. um, yeah, I mean, well, here, I mean, at least in my experience, maybe it's because I'm white, I don't know. But like even saying like black people, like I've had or I've not I've had personally, but I've seen some people get offended by that. It's like, oh, we're not black, like African American or whatever it is. Like that's the politically correct thing. It's like I get it, but um it's like I get not saying the N word. There's very good historical reason not to use that. I completely agree. Like, okay. But black, I mean, I guess maybe like you're reducing someone to their skin color, but then they say white people. Like, okay. Um, so I don't know. I don't care if somebody calls me. In fact, it did kind of bother me a little bit, but I don't really care that much. When I was in middle school, most of the students were Mexican, um, just because where I live, and a lot of people called me white boy. They're like, hey, white boy, hey, white boy, hey, white boy, and it didn't bother me too much. But it's kind of like, you know, I can kind of get it, but I'm not saying like, oh, hey, like, black person or whatever. It's like, no, like I'm not going to refer to somebody directly like that. If I'm talking about that population, it's like, okay, well, you have darker skin, so but I get it. Um, okay. I mean, it exists in every language. You don't just say redneck everywhere. I know, right? Redneck. See, now on the flip side, because I am white, I'm not a redneck. But because I am white and I think I could do a pretty good Southern accent, a lot of Americans, which I guess maybe it's not fair, like maybe we shouldn't, but if we want to sound uneducated or we want to sound, I don't know, kind of, I don't know, whatever, we might say something in like a southern type accent or like mimicking a southern accent, which is not fair to people from the south. Like I love the south. Well, that can be interpreted so many ways. I haven't been to the south, but I think people in general are great. I love country music for the most part and stuff, and I like the way that the southern accent sounds. I love it. It's one of my favorite accents, but it's something that regular Americans do, like, oh yeah, I'm from the south, or something. Or like, I'm feeling kind of tired. I think I'm gonna go hit the hay, you know, something like that. It's just a different way to talk. So it is what it is. Not politically correct, but we can do it. I know you put a lot of emphasis on shadowing, but I found it confusing because listening and repeating what you hear immediately does not allow you to listen closely. Are there other techniques, and why do you think the shadowing is the best? Well, okay, so here we have perhaps a bit of a clarification to make. First, I'm going to finish my warm drink. Tastes like acid. Okay. So, listening and repeating what you hear immediately. Okay. So, there's more than one way to shadow, as I mentioned earlier, and I gave that list of different people. Shadowing, also called mimicking or parodying or whatever, is basically just trying to repeat what you hear as closely as you possibly can, right? That's all it is. That does not mean that you have to do it immediately, necessarily. There are different techniques. I'm pretty sure if I remember, polyglot Stuart J. Raj, um, he talks about. I heard this so long ago. It was in my early shadow research when I first heard about the concept. He said, I think he was talking about Mandarin Chinese, and he was saying how, um, like he'll listen to it, and then he'll listen to it a few times, and then he'll try to shadow it. Like he'll play like a sentence, and then shadow it, and then he'll play the sentence again, um, and he'll start. Maybe it wasn't Stuart J. Raj, but one of the polyglots said this. Like first you just kind of try to like listen, okay, and then you kind of try to repeat after it, not at the same time, and then you start going to like right after it starts. So like you hit play, you hear the first like couple sounds or whatever, and then you start shadowing. So you're like a second behind. And then you try to get that closer and closer and closer to be right at the time that you hit the start button. You're saying it exactly the same time. You don't have to do that. That's one way to approach it. Um, Another thing, which whether or not you do that, I think is very valuable because that's the type of shadowing where everything is together, like the rhythm and the sounds and the stress and the linking. It's all together, and it can be really hard to notice the details of the rhythm or the details of the linking when all of that is together. You could just be blah, 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 it's like spitting out a bunch of stuff that's actually not right, but it sounds pretty good based on what you hear. And so I recommend actually what I call, there's slow to fast shadowing, and there's what I always talk about, zooming in and zooming out, like a microscope, right? So you take, first you start with your vowels, right? Because vowels are the biggest part of the problem, in general. You start with the vowels. Make sure that most of your vowels, especially the difficult ones like e versus a and e versus e, whatever, that you have the ability to say those at least fairly well, if not perfectly, and relatively consistently. Maybe not 100% perfect all the time, but you have a good idea of how to do those sounds. Once you get to that point, and you start shadowing, let's say you have a sentence like, I want to go to the beach or whatever. Okay. Ideally, you want to start slow. So you're going to be like, I want to go to the beach. There's going to be like a slower version of that recording. I want to go to the beach. I want to go to the beach. And you're going to listen and try to hear what are the sounds, right? One time you listen, you're just focused on the rhythm, right? You're not trying to listen to everything. And so you're like, you're trying to hear that. Another time you're focused on trying to hear all the sounds. Another time you're focused on trying to hear the linking, right? Because these details are so small that your brain can only handle so much, and you need to consciously focus. I've had several advanced students. In fact, I have an advanced student right now, who have done pronunciation work for a while, and it wasn't until I told them to slow down and pay attention to these details really, really closely, and to really analyze what's actually there, not just what they think is there. And even though they're advanced and they've been doing pronunciation for a while, they're like, wow, I never noticed all this stuff that I wasn't hearing, whether that's the rhythm or certain sounds or whatever. And so you really have to consciously direct your attention to these little details to notice them and then try to reproduce them. So it's about breaking things down, putting them together slowly, right? I. Can you say I? Okay. Can you say wa, not va? Wa, wa, wa. Good W, good ah, wanna, wanna. Okay. Can you go between the two? I, wa, I, wa, I, wa, I wanna, I wanna. You have the right stress there, right? So you're going slow to fast. You're paying attention in multiple passes to the rhythm, the stress, or the rhythm and stress, the sounds, the linking, making sure all these pieces are good. And as you do it, once you can do it at a slow speed, you have a really good base. You know what's going on with that sentence, right? And it sounds like a lot of work. This is what I think is generally the best, not just shadowing like immediately, but actually breaking it down, slowing it down. As you try to speed it up, you're going to run into certain problems, like maybe the connection between these two sounds, you can't do at that speed. Or maybe your rhythm is starting to break down at that speed. You can't keep up. You start pausing. And so you need to zoom in to those points at that speed, practice those points, make sure that they flow well together like a machine, right? Zoom back out into the general sentence and see if you can do the whole thing at that speed. Once you have that new speed, you speed it up even more, right? Until you're at a native speed and you can just, all these things come out of your mouth with perfection or near perfection, right? Um, so repeating what you hear immediately, you're right, it doesn't allow you to listen closely. Now, if you repeat what you hear immediately and you just focus on one aspect, right? Like if you focus just on the rhythm, okay, and you're not focused on the words, you're just like, you hear, I want to go to the beach, and you immediately start saying like, right? Or you're just focused on the sounds. Now it's a little tricky because it might be fast, but you don't care about the rhythm. You're just trying to hear where are the sounds. I want to go to the beach. Oh, I notice it's wanna, not want to. I wanna, right? And you're probably going to want to hyper target certain things, right? Where it really helps to have where like you can just go back to a particular point, like in Audacity, where you can highlight a piece of the audio, hit play, and it'll start at that point, and you can just, every time you hit play, it'll just restart. And so you can, if you really need to isolate, like say wanna instead of want to, and you're trying to get used to that, for example, then you can micro shadow with high repetitions that piece to help start getting it better instead of trying to just get it in the general flow, right? And so again, that's zooming in and then zooming back out. So there's all kinds of little different ways that you can approach it, right? Repeating at the same time, not repeating at the same time, breaking things down, focusing on different aspects in isolation, putting them all together once you start getting a handle. But the general process is moving towards trying to repeat what you hear as perfectly as you can, right? And then just making the little changes that you need to make when you don't hit that goal, right? Um, and however you have to do that, whether that's slowing it down or not repeating immediately or whatever it is, then do that. Um, so there's not one best perfect way to shadow. There's the way I think is perfect, that I think is best and most beneficial. But for some people, it's too much work. They don't want to go through all that. They'd rather have a slightly different approach that still works for them, right? So I still find words like party and better difficult to get. What can I do with that? And do you think that I should stop working on other sounds till I master these sounds? Or can I work on other sounds? Good questions. Very good questions. And unknown responded. Probably a waste of time for someone else, but to me it works. Like I listen to it, repeat it with my mouth without words. I memorize the whole thing by 4 to 5 listening. Okay, listening 4 to 5 times. Then I try to make sounds. Then I do the ultimate 6, 7 times. Yeah. But it's not just listening before I start to make sounds. I actively listen. Yes, very, very good. I have the bad habit of reading lips. So I do it with the eyes max 2 times. Then I close my eyes and try to hear every single detail. Perfect. Very nice. Every lips 2. By this, I spotted. With this, we'd say, with this, I spotted things. I know by and with are so similar here, but we would say with. You can say by this method, but with this, I spotted things that I would have never spotted, would have, sounds like would of, same pronunciation, apostrophe VE, but it's not of, it's have, would have never spotted if I didn't do this. Exactly, right? So see, you guys are seeing the value. Now, you see, I'm going to come back to your question, Meadow. But because a lot of you guys, I get a lot of comments from you guys saying like, how are you such a small channel? Like your videos are so amazing. Oh, you helped me solve this problem that I've searched all over YouTube, blah, blah, blah. And I'm trying to communicate just how important and effective this base level of the physical, mechanical perception and production of the sounds are, when most people, they either don't think of that, they don't care about it, or they think that it's a waste of time. And yet the people like Unknown and like some of my students who actually go in and take the time to say, okay, well, let's see what's going on here. You're like, holy crap, how am I missing all of this? Right? And then people wonder why, they're like, oh, I want to reduce my accent, but I don't know how. I mean, that's normal. But then it's like they don't want to put in the work. Like I've had a number of students, they're like, I want to reduce my accent. I'm saying, okay, do this. And again, this is the way I think is best. I try to give them some various alternatives, but it takes work and it takes observation and going in and actually paying attention, right? And if you're not willing to do that, you're not really going to, I mean, you might improve your accent to a degree, but if you don't put in that work, you don't make those changes, you don't play with it as much as you can, um, you're not going to, it's like boiling water, right? You put the fire under the water and it's not going to start boiling until it reaches a certain degree. It could be right under that degree and it's not going to boil. You need enough intensity, enough consistency, playing with it, noticing it, playing with it, noticing it. And then things are going to start to change. They're going to start to filter into your speech. When you break things down, you put them back together. Okay, but I think a lot of people don't realize the value and the huge benefit. That's what I'm trying to communicate with the world. On this channel, I'm trying to do it with English specifically. When I start my second channel in the near future, I'm going to be talking about this same type of stuff that I'm telling you guys, but for programming and music and other stuff. And not just this necessarily. It's going to be, general skill development for those things as I develop those skills myself, because those are the things I'm interested in. But it's going to have an emphasis on building this physical, foundational, mechanical level in whatever skill, and demonstrating the huge benefits that come from that, because it's what I call the Miyagi effect. Mr. Miyagi from the original Karate Kid movie. You might not know that, but he's right. Daniel, the Karate Kid, right? He wanted Mr. Miyagi to teach him karate. And so Mr. Miyagi has him doing a bunch of chores, right? Maybe you saw the newer Karate Kid with Jaden Smith, and it was a similar type of thing where he was having him, do the coat and put it down and all that stuff. But he was saying he was having him wax his car, right? He's like, okay, wax off, wax on, wax off, wax on. And halfway through the movie, he still hasn't taught him karate. And he's like, Mr. Miyagi, when are you going to teach me karate? And then he gets to a point, there's a point where Mr. Miyagi tries to hit him, and Daniel goes like that, right? Wax on, wax off. He was teaching him the basic physical things, motions that he needed. But if he would have just said, hey, you're going to wax my car to build up these things, he's going to say, oh, I'm not going to do that, because it's too easy. That's not karate. What, I'm wasting my time. And he would just leave. But when you trust the teacher and you have a good teacher like that, they're teaching you that physical mechanical level in a way that's going to trick you, because you're not going to do it, right? Most people aren't going to do it because they don't think that it's valuable, or it's a waste of time, or it's too much work. But if you actually understand the value of this and you approach it intentionally, and you build up your own wax on, wax off, right, for whatever skill it is. In this case, it's pronunciation with shadowing, all this stuff, pronunciation and ear training. You get a gigantic benefit, and you can learn the rest of the skill, right? The actual skill itself, the speaking, the listening, whatever, so much faster, so much more easily, because you have the physical pieces, the mechanical pieces there and functioning, right? So that's my gospel to the world is start at the foundation. You don't have to, but it's a huge benefit. Makes everything easier. So back to Meta's question. Sorry, it went off on a tangent there. So you still find words like party and better difficult to get. And you also ask, should you stop working on other sounds until you master these sounds, or can you work on other sounds? That's a bit individual. What I do recommend generally is there's a bit of a balance, because some sounds might just take you so long that you end up becoming really demotivated by that sound. And if you don't want to move on until you master that sound, that's possible to do, but you have to have like really good determination and a strong, clear goal of where you're going. Where I think most people, if they don't get it after a certain amount of time, they're just going to get frustrated, and it's going to make them kind of want to stop or whatever. And you don't want that, because even if it doesn't hurt your English, which is not going to, it might hurt your perception of that sound and just make you want to kind of avoid that sound, and that's not what we want. You have a bad feeling for it. So what I generally recommend is, right, I teach the vowels, like for example, and the consonants also. I put the consonants in a certain order for a reason, but more importantly, I put the vowels in a certain order for a particular reason. And there's the pieces in between, like, with the flowing and the rhythm and all that stuff, and it all comes together. But what I recommend for sounds is you go through methodically, right, one at a time. You try to get one, make sure it's perfect or near perfect, right? Doesn't have to be 100% perfect right now, because you can sort of tweak it later, but get it really, really good, really solid, to where it sounds like the right sound. Move on to the next sound. Now, when you move on to the next sound, if there are other sounds that you need, when you move on to the next sound, you don't want to completely stop that previous sound, unless the previous sound was like, it's already part of your language. It was super, super easy. And it sounds almost the same in English. That's fine. Like, don't even worry too much about it. But if it's, say, like E to I, and you don't have I in your language, or it doesn't quite sound like the English version of I, like between Hindi and English, then you'll make sure you get that, right? When you move on to the next sound, you want to come back and make sure that you're sort of touching up and reinforcing that muscle memory, right? Getting some extra feedback, saying, "Oh, does it still sound good?" Like Sedent was doing that. He found the I sound, and then he was, one day, and then a few days later, and a few days later, he wanted me to just say, "Oh, does it still sound good?" But once you find it, you find it. Now, if you stop practicing it and you just move on to all the other sounds, you might lose it. So you have to reinforce it a little bit. You don't have to do it forever, but you reinforce it a bit for a while, right, as you move on to other sounds. And so you have sort of this overlap where there's like certain sounds that you're kind of working with, or certain sounds that you know you can do, not a big deal, like maybe E. Um, and then the sounds that you have trouble with, right? Those are the ones that you're kind of like you're generally playing with throughout the day. But I do recommend that you don't really work on more than two sounds at once. So, like, say you're going through the vowel chart, E is usually easy, is usually easy for most learners, but the second vowel, and the fourth vowel, are usually problems. So, if you go through the first four and those two and four are difficult for you, I don't recommend continuing until you have a solid grasp of one of those two, right? Not necessarily perfect, not necessarily completely built muscle memory, but good enough to where you're not going to just lose it the next day, right? So you have a good base, and then you can maybe add in the next sound, right? And if that one's okay, you move to the next one, and then, oh, you have a problem here. Now you're working on this and this while making sure you brush up on this and still practice it a little bit on the side, right? And so you get this as you move through the chart or move through whatever sounds you're doing, you do that. So two sounds at the most. Um, Now, I focus a lot on vowels because the vowels are the hardest thing. They're open positions. For consonants, I think that you can maybe do a little bit more. You can maybe even have, say, like two vowels and one or two consonants that you're doing, because the consonants usually have something that they either touch or they almost touch. And so you have a really close anchor, physical anchor point. And it makes it a bit easier where the vowels, like it's like, okay, it's so open. It's like, where is it? Um, So I would make a list of all the sounds, vowels, and consonants that you have the most trouble with. And then I would also say, okay, which ones are the hardest? And possibly which ones are the most useful or frequent, because like if you have trouble with the schwa, like many people do, the schwa is probably the single most common vowel sound, if not the single most common sound in the entire English language. Super important. So that's one that you might want to make sure that you have a really good grasp of before other ones, you know. But it depends. You know what you need to work on, or maybe you don't, and you need to get feedback from somebody. But make a list of the sounds that you have the most difficulty with, and or that are super common. Like the flap D, super common in American English. This is one of your problems, so that goes high on the list. And then instead of trying to work on all of them, just like pick two or three of them, get them to a good point, and then add in another one. Whatever it is. That's what I recommend. There's no best way to do it, but I think that that's a good way, because then you don't get overwhelmed. As for with party and better, micro adjustments. So we've been playing with this for a while. What can I do with that? And then we have some other comments from Meadow. Let's see. Water boiling metaphor is amazing. Well, thank you. No E at the end of metaphor, but yes. Let us know, Josh, when you start your new channel. You're going to start soon. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna come back to that then. Yeah, how do we fix this? So the flap D, especially around other things like the R in front of it or the after, whatever it is, with R sounds around it particularly, it's a problem. What I probably told you before, if I remember, was to break it into pieces, right? Make sure you can do R. Make sure you can flap the D. Say like if it weren't an R, if you say like potty or whatever, so you don't have to worry about the R. Make sure you can flap the D, and then put them together. Party, party, party. Same thing. Better, right? Be. Make sure you do by itself, and then eder, flapping the D, or like edda, eddy, eder. You just gotta play with it. I mean, like if you go on my Patreon, you send me a recording or some recordings, I can actually probably better hear what you're doing. I can't always hear exactly what the problem is, but usually my ears are good enough to where I can reproduce in my mouth what you're doing based on my ears, and then I can tell you based on what I feel in my mouth what you should change. That's one of my superpowers. um, and I think really anybody, almost anybody, can develop that ability. I've played with sounds for so long now, but um, and that's how I help my students in actual classes. But if you could send me a recording on Patreon, what I can do for you since you've been struggling for this particular problem with like party and better, if you want to get a group of say 10 words that are similar to this, send it to my email, one recording, one time. I can do that for you. I can give you feedback over email. Um, I generally don't do that, but I want to help you out. Otherwise, you can go to Patreon. Um, and I can then you're directly supporting me, and I can maybe give you a little bit more of my direct time for feedback. But it just comes down to playing with it. So you need to. I mean, if you're playing with it and you're still having trouble, you need feedback to better know why what you're doing is not working. That would be the best thing. So you need feedback. You need feedback, and I can't give you that feedback if I don't hear you. So either go on italki, find an informal tutor, or somebody who can maybe give you some details. An informal tutor actually might not be best for this. As I said, this particular point, send me an email. I'll do this for you this one time to help you with this big problem for you that you have. Moving on. Okay, so yeah, my second channel. Life is complicated, guys. I've had so many interests for so long, and for various reasons that I don't have to enumerate now. Uh, I was not capable of pursuing those interests, even though I tried and struggled and failed and kept trying, and you know, complicated mess story of my life doesn't matter. Now I'm at a point for various reasons where I believe I can actually take this on, and I also think starting a channel and documenting it is also going to help keep me a little more consistent and focused on it. But one of the keys I realized is, before I would just kind of like, I didn't have a clear goal. I was just like, oh, I want to learn the guitar. And so I'd like, practice the guitar, like try to follow the tutorial for a while. And I'd do that for a couple weeks. And then I'd kind of lose interest and give up. Right. Um, and I realized like you need to go deep enough into something for a set period of time with a specific goal. Like, what do you want to be able to do in that set period of time? Like fluent in 3 months. Thank you, Benny Lewis. You can apply that framework to, it doesn't have to be so extreme. I don't think that's extreme, but a lot of people think it's extreme. It doesn't have to be that necessarily, but like you could say, learn Twinkle Twinkle Little Star in a month. I mean, it gives you a lot of time to learn Twinkle Twinkle Little Star on the guitar. But whatever it is you want to do, you need to have certain things in place, and I never had those before. So anyway, details. The new channel, I'm trying to get this channel monetized. That is like my sole focus. Well, not sole focus, but that's like my overriding focus in life right now is to get this channel monetized. And I'm trying to push out content. It's kind of hard to stay on it and grind between my classes and all this stuff. And as I said, I'm watching anime. I got to relax sometimes. I got to eat. But I'm trying to push out more content. And we're so close. We have like it's about 400 more watch time hours or so. And then I don't know if they're going to immediately monetize me because they have to review it. I don't know how long it's going to take, but once I hit that ability to be monetized, 4,000 watch time hours, I was going to start my second channel then because I was going to start programming and building the ear trainer for you guys. And then basically document that on my other channel as the start of that. So I would start with programming. Okay, so I see this here. I would appreciate that so much. Just with that sound was your email. I got to eat. Okay, so if you have to leave, you can, because since I'm answering your other question here about the things you asked before, you can watch the replay here, right? So we're at about 4 hours and 52 minutes according to my counter here. So my email you can find in the about section. And I'll just go ahead and put it here. It doesn't really matter. Contact at jdanielauthor.com. Yeah, if you send me an email there, again, special case, just get a group of words together you have trouble with for that sound or that type of combination. And then you can watch the rest of my answer to your other questions later as I finish this up. So thank you for coming. Have fun eating. But and I see El Mihu, hi from Africa. Hello. And Yunu Meli. I don't know how to say that. Sorry. Great teacher. Thank you. So back to answering these with the new channel. I was going to start the new channel right as soon as I got monetized on this one, but I also need to get away from caffeine and reset my biology a bit because I have a caffeine problem. And so I'm thinking that maybe once I get monetized here, I'm still going to be making videos here, of course. Like, I'm not going to just stop here, but I think I'm going to wait maybe a month to start the other channel as I kind of like get a lot of sleep because I'm not going to be drinking caffeine. I don't know. It's something that I probably should do, but it's hard to get away from caffeine. So I don't know. But the new channel will be starting after I get monetized on this channel. I just don't know the exact point in time when it will start. But probably in the next couple months. And then also Meadow asked, what is your point again about physical mechanics of pronunciation and how it applies to other skills? So really quick to elaborate on that. Through my diving into language learning, because last year when certain things happened in my brain, we'll put it that way, and I kind of things started clicking, and I was trying to figure out if there was like an underlying map or something that all skills could fit onto, and I was starting to look at this idea because I already knew in language learning that the physical mechanical level is the physical production and perception of sounds, right? So it's mechanically like physically reproducing the sounds and everything that are then interpreted as particular words and this and that, whatever. No, I was laughing at you saying when you said I've got to eat, I watch anime. Oh, I see. Oh, I got it. I see. I thought you had to leave. That's funny. Yeah. Yeah. I watch anime. I got to eat. I got to relax. Yeah. Anyway, so good. Then you're here. So it's what underpins what is that's why I call it the Miyagi element, because it's like it's the thing that's right under your nose that's so obvious about that skill that makes up the skill that you don't even think about it. Like sounds. Well, of course a language is made of sounds. Like it's so obvious we don't even think about it, right? And then of course like some people are like, oh, okay, well yeah, there's this thing called pronunciation, which is, how people make sounds, and it's like, but that's easy, I can hear things. You don't realize that your brain, maybe if you have a natural talent, like your brain didn't prune all the connections when you were a baby to be able to hear other sounds, like in my case, then you get what looks like sort of like a natural talent, and yes, you might be able to hear things that other people won't. But even in that case, as we're finding out, I'm actually starting to hear things in general American, like the aw sound or the R-colored schwa, like hari, that I never even heard before because I didn't direct my conscious attention to it. Even as a native speaker, I would have to do that because my brain, it sounds so similar between the dialects that my brain just filtered it and I didn't even perceive it, right? And so your brain is an amazing device that can play a lot of the tricks on you. And what you think is the easiest is actually the hardest. And if you can get that, it seems so unimportant. Like in language, it's like, okay, well, I need to learn grammar. I need to learn words. Who cares if the way I say things don't come out, like a native, or, as long as they're understood. And that's fine. That's a perfectly fine stance. If you don't care how you sound, you don't have to. The physical mechanical level is not a requirement. That's the trick about it. It's not a requirement, but if you start there, even if you don't get things perfect, you just spend some time training your ears for sounds you can't hear the difference between. You spend some time training your mouth to be able to at least, more or less produce the difference in sounds. It's going to help you with the other skills, especially listening, right? All listening is based on what are your ears hearing? And people don't realize, well, yeah, I'm listening to these sounds, but when you actually go and you study what the sounds are and learn how to hear the difference between the sounds, and you start putting those into, like, when you're shadowing things and you're trying to notice the flow and you're paying very close attention to the sounds themselves, not the words. You're not trying to understand the words like you do in listening. You're actually focused on what are the sounds, right? And are they stressed? Are they not stressed? All those details. If you have that basis and then you go and you start listening practice, it's not going to be like magical, like you understand everything, because you do still need the vocabulary, you do still need the grammar, right? But it's going to make the process of everything else so much easier, right? It's like if you're a baby, I like using this example because it's exactly the same. If you're a baby and you're on the floor and you're trying to walk and you've never walked before, right? Like you can barely sit up, right? Babies at first, they can't even sit up. They have to learn how to physically hold themselves up, right? Which seems so easy to us, right? It comes so natural because we're not babies anymore. But a baby, right? They're sitting there and they want to start walking, right? So what do? They try to stand up on their feet and they fall because they haven't used their feet. They haven't used their legs to hold themselves up like that, right? Um, and it's like a baby. Like if you put a baby on its feet and then you pushed it so that it would start running, what's going to happen? It's just going to fall on its face, right? It's exactly the same. Now, a baby, right? If you keep doing that, the baby will probably compensate and learn how to run, but then it won't have the fine motor control to walk, right? It'll be used to just moving too fast, and you're probably gonna mess that baby up. um, it's not a perfect analogy. Obviously, we're not babies, but you get the idea, right? What you need before you can run, we say you have to walk before you can run, right? So in skill development, in language learning specifically, learning to walk is training your ears, training your mouth, at least training your ears, if nothing else, but training your mouth, shadowing. You don't have to sound like a native if you don't want, but at the very, very least, you should train your ears. That's why I emphasize that so much. Hear what's there, don't rely on the spelling. I'm looking at my board over here because I have my stuff up there. That's why I keep looking that way. But yeah, and it's not required. You can push through. But I'll tell you guys, last year when I started exploring this, so I conceived my upside down pyramid map. I conceived that because I was like, when I was trying to figure this out last year, I was looking at different skills, and I realized in my book about how to learn a language, I have the language learning tree, and the upside down one that classes traditionally teach you, and how like ear training and pronunciation are the foundation of the tree, right? It's the roots of the tree. Um, and then I realized that, okay, well, I can do it in a pyramid, and I want the sounds at the bottom because it's the smallest practical unit. You can go farther down and get into like sound waves and physics and stuff, but that's not practically useful for language learning. That would be a pyramid going underneath this way, underneath the surface. So there's a point where between above and below, there's a practical smallest unit of super, super useful benefit that if you go farther down, you get too much into theory, and in this case, it would be linguistics and things that aren't particularly useful. And if you start up here, you can still succeed. You can learn how to speak the language, play the guitar, do the whatever. But if you start down here, you're going to be able to learn this so much faster and so much more easily than if you don't start here, right? And that's the benefit of it. So, and as I was, because I have an interest in drawing, music, uh, certain games, writing, et cetera, different things, programming languages, right? And I was going through as I was trying to figure out how I could put all these different skills onto this upside down pyramid map, which I did successfully do with a number of different skills, including programming and music. Like I made some breakthrough discoveries in music, I think, which sound very bold, but I'm pretty sure that, yeah, anyway, that's coming in the future, about the relationship between music and language. Yeah, Josh of all trades. I thought of that, yeah. I still don't know what I'm going to call the channel exactly, but anyway, as I was going through that, I found a number of, like you go like, oh, things I wish I knew as a beginner guitar player or musician or programmer or whatever it is, right? And I saw no matter what the field was, I saw over and over and over in every single field that I researched There's these, upper intermediate to advanced experienced practitioners of whatever that skill is, talking about the same things. Now, obviously, in a particular thing, it's going to the exact terminology and the exact thing in that skill is going to be a little different from skill to skill. But when it was still pointing to that foundational level. Like, oh, I wish somebody told me to start here. I would have saved so much time and so much frustration. And I think a lot of people learning any skill, they say, oh, I don't have the language gene. Oh, I'm not a programmer. I don't have the brain of a programmer, or this or that or whatever. It's like, no, it's because you're starting up here. You don't have the basis. And it makes it so much harder, and it makes it much more likely that you're going to quit, right? Where if you start here, it doesn't mean that this is easy, but it's going to be a lot easier, right? And it gives you the tools because you don't have the tools yet. You can't walk yet as a baby. So you're trying to run and you can't walk. So if you don't have the tools, you don't have the physical tools to handle what's up here, you're probably going to give up. There's a good chance. And that's why people give up. I mean, there's other reasons, consistency issues and whatnot, but that's one of the big reasons, I think. And so everybody dismisses this basic mechanical root level. In the case of language learning, it's sounds and rhythm and all that stuff. Sounds and syllables and rhythm. And they dismiss it because it's so obvious, it seems so easy, but it's not. Another analogy I like to use is, because in English we have this idea where if you're trying to fit a square, I forget which is which, it's square and circle, but it's like a square peg into a round hole, right? Obviously, it's not going to fit. The way that most people learn skills, they have the square peg, and the round hole would be starting at the foundation, right? But not starting at the foundation is a square peg. And what they'll do is they'll continuously try to jam that square peg into that round hole. And most people give up halfway through because they're tired of trying to do that. Some people, the lucky people who they have enough passion and desire to really push through all the difficulty, they manage to ram that peg into that hole so much that the corners shave off and it finally fits. That's how most people learn skills. Where if you just pick up the circle, the round peg, and put it into the round pole, you wouldn't have that problem. Consistency issues. It's close to home, too close to home. Yeah, I know. It's me too. That's part of the reason why I'm not so great at these things yet. And a big part of my second channel probably is going to be talking about consistency issues and my experiences in the past and struggling with this stuff, and all the more reason why you should start at the foundation, right? So you guys can see that actually English hacks, and specifically pronunciation in English hacks. I'm not just going to be talking about pronunciation. That's just been my big main focus. But you can see that English hacks has kind of been just a English specific version of all this stuff in the background. And my second channel is going to expand that away from English and into all the other areas that I'm interested in, as I myself explore and deepen my understanding and build the foundation, because I don't have all the answers, but I'm pretty sure I have a good idea of what goes where. And I even talked to some of my programming, some of my students who are programmers, experienced programmers. One of them was like, I don't really like your explanation, but it makes sense. And the other two were like, yeah, that is a perfect explanation of mapping programming, and it makes perfect sense. And they're like, I never thought about it. That makes perfect sense. Like, I wish somebody would have told me that. So I know I'm onto something for sure. But anyway, that's a topic for another channel, another day. You have to wait. No, Josh, I guess I'll have to pick up Australian English. I still love it so much, and it still has a special place in my heart. But 2 weeks in, and I'm already saying things like YouTube and dream. Better. No, I definitely don't want to be a mix of two accents. Yeah, see, I told you. Master one, and then you can master. Yeah, you have to be able to switch between the two. Yeah, it's funny that I can read those like that, right? Because you said Australian, so I know the context, and so YouTube, during, better. It's probably better. I think I say really good, really well. Um, the other ones maybe not perfectly, but yeah. Anyway, um, infamous breaking down the sounds and words. All right, breaking down the sounds and building words, then phrases, then sentences is the best advice I received as an English learner. It shows much more effective over time than skipping all that. Shows. I see what you're saying. Well, actually, so are you saying like it, like like later, like over time, the results really show themselves, or are you saying like it seems to be more effective in the long run? Because those are two slightly different statements, but either way, it's fine. I know what you mean. um, but yeah, and that's just the thing too. Like this breaking down thing, right? We're talking about the sounds, right? Let alone the words. Like we're not, I mean, obviously words are part of it, um, but the foundational unit is the sound, right? Ah, that's not a word, right? I can't just go ah that, and nobody's gonna understand me, right? So there's a way within certain languages of how sounds form into syllables, certain rules in certain languages of how that formation happens. Um, and then those syllables form into words, and those words form into phrases and sentences. And so there's actually sort of there's a there's the rules or grammar of how sounds form into syllables. Then there's the rules or grammar which of how syllables form into words, which is called lexical. I think it's called lexical grammar. It's actually a thing in linguistics that describes word formation. So like how I can say, I don't know, when we add eyes to a noun, it becomes a verb, right? It's one way that we can make a verb. So I can make a new word by saying, I don't know, uh, I can't think of one off the top of my head because I'm horrible with specifics. But you know what I mean, right? I can take a noun, like maybe like I'm going to or if I, like something if I, not if I, but ify. Um, that's another thing we can use to change noun to a verb. Catify, to turn something into a cat or into a cat-like thing. So if I catify my room, you're going to see lots of cats and paws and cat-related things around my room. Okay, catify is not a normal word, but it's a perfectly fine word in English, and it works because of the rules of lexical grammar, right? The words of how rules are formed in English. So when we talk about normal grammar, what we're actually talking about is what is technically called, what was it? Oh, I can't think of it. It's a fancy word for sentence, but it's the sentence level grammar, right? Where words have their own grammar, right? Of how words are formed, and then there's normal grammar that we think of as describes how sentences are formed. And then, of course, sentences group into multiple clauses, which can group into paragraphs, which go on and on and on. You can have a whole book or a whole speech. Um, so anyway, but you can apply. That's the great thing is you can take right what I'm talking about when I say the sounds are the fundamental unit. That affects the whole spoken language, right? For writing, it's going to be the written letters. That's going to be the foundational unit. Which is why languages like Japanese that have a completely different script, you need to separate the reading and writing entirely, which is also recommended in English because the script does not reflect the actual pronunciation. In a language like Spanish, you can learn both at the same time because it's a phonetic writing system. Um, but trying to learn how to read and write Japanese while trying to learn how to speak and listen to Japanese, I think is a huge mistake and needs to be separated. Like you shouldn't even worry. Like you should maybe study the pieces of kanji, right, that were called the radicals, on the side and get used to it as you're focusing on speaking and or listening. Um, but when you have a completely different script, that's a whole different map, right? It's the same map, same structure of a map, but the written language and the spoken language are two different stacks, right? Because there's the input-output stack. Listening, input, speaking, output. That's for spoken sound-based language. For sign language, it's in through the eyes, out through the hands, right? Same type of thing, except you're not using sounds and ears, you're using eyes and hands. With written language, in through the eyes, out through the hands, again, but now with letters that are you write on paper instead of signs you're making with your hands. So it all fits the same thing, but they don't. You can't confuse the two and jumble them up. But you can apply the same thing to each level, right? And it's actually useful, like you're saying here, breaking down the sounds to build words. So we're going up the chain, right? You master the sounds, you put those into words, well, syllables, all right, syllables into words, into phrases, into sentences. And there's actually, you can approach language learning like that. Not necessarily in that strict order, but where you sort of take that approach through the various levels, and you start building things up like that. It's a perfectly fine way to learn a language. So what I recommend in actuality, if you're going to start a language, I don't recommend just starting with sounds and then, going up to phrases and then going up to sentences. What I recommend is you start with the vowel sounds, maybe a bit of the rhythm, just getting used to the pronunciation while doing an overview of the grammar, right? Just like a general description. What are the big points, things that are really different from your language? Okay, kind of getting used to what's the basic word order, right? High level stuff. You're not trying to learn the grammar there. You're just getting used to what's going on in that language. And then there's different things that you can do, but you're not just doing this and then doing this later. I think you can benefit by overlapping certain things at certain times. And again, there's no one way to do it. So, but generally, you want to build up through the chain, or at least start with the foundation, if nothing else. Which of these sounds strange? I've lost my key. I lost my key. They both sound okay. I've lost my key sound to me without any context. It sounds a little British. I've lost my key. It's perfectly fine. I can imagine Americans saying that, no problem. And in this case, in American English, at least, like British English, they would if like you just lost your key like a minute ago, or very very recently, they would say I've lost my key. That's the proper grammar usage. But in American English, I mean, maybe the context might make a bit of a difference, but in general, these two would be 100% interchangeable in American English. Now, obviously, if you say like last year I lost my key, you're not gonna say last year I've lost my key. That doesn't work. That's too far in the past. That's an isolated thing. So, but if you say like right now, like, oh, where'd my key go? I lost my key. I've lost my key. Either one is exactly the same in American English. But yeah, the I've does sounded slightly British to me in this case. Now, if you say I've lost my key many times, that's just normal grammar. That's not British. That's you're saying I have done it many times. So it all depends on the general sentence and the context. Jack of all trades. Yeah, I actually looked up on YouTube Josh of all trades because I wanted to see if anybody else had that. Because like, oh, Jack of all trades, Josh of all trades. There's actually like 3 channels. They don't seem to be particularly active or popular, but there's like 3 channels with that exact name, and I was like, ah. But I don't think I want to call it that. I still haven't decided on what I'm going to call the channel. I don't want it to be something super crazy. I should just use my name, but I also kind of want it to like have a little bit of something there. It's not just like my name, because my name doesn't tell you anything. It just has a name. But you made us so interested in the channel before it's even existed. Well, good. I'll already have some subscribers to kick me off. That's going to help the algorithm a lot because you guys are already going to start watching it. What about catecized? Like Americanized, catecized. Yeah, so Americanized is one way that we can use eyes or eyesed as to make a. See, now that is taking eyes to make American, which is so America is a noun, American is an adjective, American eyes is a verb where you change the adjective into a verb to make someone or something American, and then the ed ending on Americanized now makes it back into an adjective describing something that has been turned into something that is American. So you see, this is perfectly fine English, perfectly fine English. And if you know about these things, you don't have to like study or like directly memorize all these things. Brute force is not the best way here, but knowing about some of these, the way that these things work, you're going to try to make certain things that just aren't going to work, but it's going to help you actually get used to the language a bit more. This is related to word families, which I haven't talked too much yet about, but I'll be talking more about word families later. A catechized, see, that's the strange thing is some things works, some things works. Some things work and some things don't. Catechized. Catechized. He's been catechized. Yeah, I mean, we would say catified. Like for some reason with cat, we want to use the fi thing to change it into a verb. Which, by the way, if you want the noun, well, I don't know if it's the official noun, it probably is, but if you want the noun of how, like the endings that we use to change things into a verb, it's verbification, right? So verbify, right? Verbify, to make something into a verb. Verbification is now the noun form of turning something into a verb. So we have ways that we can change words, right? But not all the endings work, right? Like ication is a way to make something like a verb into a noun, but it's not going to work for all verbs turning into nouns. That's one of the problems. We have different options and they don't always work for all words. So catechized sounds a bit weird to me. I probably would never say that. There's a book called The Logic of English where the author says that you can know how words are written through their pronunciation. The book shows you how to do so. What do you think about it? I find that highly doubtful. If it includes some very fancy and interesting connections with the history of the words and knowing how like vowels shifted and where certain spellings came from and having to like learn the history of all that, then I imagine that is possible. But that seems like a lot of extra work that, though it could be useful, definitely wouldn't be interesting for everyone and is definitely not necessary, especially when you can just focus on your ears. Now, when you're learning how to spell, I mean, that's a different thing because if you focus on your ears, but there's say two ways, like maybe two words that sound the same but they're spelled different, knowing stuff like that can maybe be a little bit more useful for spelling. But when it comes to their pronunciation, I would just focus on training your ears. Like there's no need to go through all of that. To me, that just seems more like linguistic curiosity, something that might be interesting to people. But some people might like it, I guess. But I don't know. I find that a bit of a stretch. It's definitely not as simple as like say Spanish, where whatever I say is going to be written a particular way, because it's phonetic. Like you don't have that problem. So. But then again, I wrote a book called The Logic of English Prepositions, which some people could say is, a very big, complicated thing. So, also not necessary. But if you lost your key recently, you cannot say "I just lost my key" in British English, but you can use that in American English. I don't know about British English for sure. I'm pretty sure that they would say "I've," even if they say "just," like "I've lost" or "I've just lost." But yeah, in American English, you don't have to say "I've," especially if you say "just," because the "just" kind of helps replace it. And that sounds very, very American. Yeah. Unknown, 3 a.m. here. Wow, gotta go now. I love your channel. Keep up the good work. No problem. Well, I'll try. Actually, what you do resonates with me more than it should. Like it's like you're the epitome of my future plans coming true. Well, that's really good because if I could go back to when I was 18 and I had somebody talking about this stuff, I know exactly how you feel because I'm just like, I've wasted so much time. So hopefully you don't have to. And that's actually one thing where I'm kind of like, yeah, I've wasted so much time, but maybe I mean, I don't want to say it's like supposed to be like fate or whatever, but it's like maybe I went through all of the struggles to reach a point where I would end up talking about it and finding solutions for it so that other people wouldn't have to go through the same thing. So it's like either way, it's kind of like a win-win. It just kind of sucks for me because I had to go through all the pain and all the suffering. So we'll see. We'll see. But knowing that helps give me more focus. And yeah, good, good. So hope I will be of service in the future as well. But thank you very much. And if you're still here, good night. Steve, as an American, do you think that Portuguese sounds more like Russian or Spanish? Maybe knowing Spanish can influence your answer. It probably could. I've had a lot of Russian students, so I mean, I don't have as much experience with Russian, but I've heard quite a lot of Russian. I mean, they usually speak English, but I've heard it here and there, and I've actually looked at Russian not to learn it, but like I've looked up, like listened to how it sounds on like the news or this or that or whatever. So I have an idea of how it sounds. And it's on my list of languages to learn. It's actually kind of a false question because now when you're saying sound, I assume you mean like based on the sounds and rhythm of the language, not like the grammatical structure, because sound could be used kind of in that way. But it's actually funny because I have a couple Russian students who also decided to start learning Spanish, and what they told me is that the vowel sounds in Spanish are a subset, just like with Portuguese. The vowel sounds in Spanish are a subset of Portuguese vowels. The vowel sounds in Spanish are a subset of Russian vowels. Russian has more vowel sounds, just like Portuguese has more vowel sounds, but all the vowel sounds in Spanish are also in Russian. Now, obviously, Russian is going to sound a little bit different. Things aren't going to be exactly the same, but Russian also has r, like Spanish does, the rolled R. But Spanish is stress timed. Spanish is syllable timed. Russian is stress timed. So the rhythm is going to be a bit different. So Russian is closer to English. Oh, do you think that Portuguese sounds more like? Yeah. So with Portuguese is definitely going to sound closer to Spanish because you have the same rhythm. I think Russian also has more vowel sounds than Portuguese. I'm not completely sure on that. I know they have a lot of vowel sounds. And the way that like certain consonants flow out, and it's kind of to an English ear that kind of clashes some of the sounds, where listening to Portuguese, especially Brazilian Portuguese, it's very melodical. Like I don't hear a lot of clashing in Portuguese. So and then of course we know there's a lot of similar vocabulary, a lot of similar grammar. I can read Portuguese with little problem for the most part. Like there's some problems here and there, but if I know the Spanish words and grammar, Portuguese usually isn't a problem. So, but of course that's the writing. So I would say Spanish. Spanish would definitely be closer. Yeah. Yes, the logic of English is supposed to help you with spelling. It targets native speakers. Yeah, see, there you go. It targets native speakers. You're not a teacher for us, Josh, because you do not just teach us. They said don't, the typo there. Yeah. I was like, what? It's like don't, not to don't. So you don't just teach us just about language. You are a brother because you teach us many useful things about life. Yeah. Anyway, well, thank you. As long as I'm a brother and not a father, because that's a little weird to me. Brother's fine. I'll be Brother Bear, I guess. Well, we're at 5.5 hours, guys. We have 5 viewers at the moment. It's 5:30 here, and I gotta eat. So I think I'm gonna go. The chat's pretty much winded down. I think a lot of people have left. But yes, I definitely appreciate the positive feedback, the nice comments. I'm glad to help you guys out. Appreciate the hanging out and the bearing with me as I try to explain things as usual. Wendell, one of the online teachers on YouTube, says the word "to" has 7 pronunciations. 3 with a flat T, 4 with a true T. I think I like this teacher. Well, is that true? Let's see. 1 with true T and a long oo sound, 2 without vowels, 2 without vowels, 2 the schwa sound, and 2 with a short o sound. Two does have a lot of pronunciations, that's for sure. Does it have 7? I'm not sure. Are those specific pronunciations correct? Maybe they're describing across multiple dialects. I'm not sure. If you can send me, it's not going to let you send me a link, but if you can send me like the name of the video and the channel name, I can look it up. And then I can get back to you next time. That sounds pretty interesting. I'll check that out for you, but I can't say for sure right now. It is 2:30 in Egypt. Thanks a lot. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, you guys are staying up late, so sorry. I made this live stream earlier. It was at 12 o'clock my time. It's best I can do, right? Okay, so good. And then Rodrigo says, thank you. Yes, you're welcome. Thank you guys very much. I will see you all next week. Wendell, you can just leave a comment with that information, no big deal, or put it on another video. I don't care, but I'll check it out. So thank you guys. I'm going to go and have a great weekend and rest of the next week.